Welcome to this episode of the America Happens News on the America Happens Network. I am your host, Corinne Clifford. I just want to say that today is Sunday, March 17th, 2024. I finally have products that I want to sell to all of y'all out there. Corinne USA Beef, Corinne USA Gold, and of course, I want all of you all to buy from mypillow.com at Corinne USA. This is how we have to do this because all of the news that we offer you at America Happens, all of the news that I give you live in Washington, D.C., is the most banned, the most censored news in the United States of America at this time and in the world. Today, I want to welcome someone who's one of the greatest, bravest women in the freedom movement. I'm sure many of you know who she is. Her name is Mickey Klon. We have an incredible show for you today, and I hope some special guests will join in an hour or two. But right now, I really want to tell you about this really serious action that Mickey Klon is the co-founder of. It's called the People's Operation Restoration.com. The People's Operation Restoration.com. Welcome, Mickey. I'm not even going to pretend that I could even introduce you properly. I'm not even going to pretend that I can explain to everyone what you are really doing. But whatever you do, it's effective, and you're one of the most powerful women in our freedom movement. So welcome to the America Happens News. How are you?
Thanks, Corinne. I'm great. Thanks for having me.
I've been waiting to have you as a guest for years now. In the beginning, I honestly did not understand your wavelength. And I'm not saying that I even understand what you're doing now, but you've been so effective. And you're one of the greatest peacemakers in the United States of America at this time. So what is the People's Operation Restoration.com? What is that?
It is the people ready to take offense. I am so sick of listening to the problems. We've been listening to problems for 4 years? We've been watching a tyrannical government overthrow for 4 years. It's been long enough. I've been on the front line for the last 3 years watching incredibly brave patriots, incredibly intelligent patriots who really have a deep understanding for the law, going up against the machine with a stick all by themselves. So with the People's Operation Restoration, our goal is to bring the media to all these incredible, intelligent people that are making waves, that are getting these idiots to run from their posts, whether it be board meetings, whether it be judges recusing themselves, whether it be them just disappearing in white unmarked vehicles. It's time for the press to start shining light on all these efforts going on, the real news. I mean, I really hate to tell people, but you've been watching fake news, whether it's black hat news or whether it's white hat news. They had to play the game to root out all the evil. I believe genuinely that Trump has taken every military, he's got every military to capitulate, he's switched the banking system, he's turned the tables on the money changers, but now we the people have to do our part. We have to stand up too. We have to follow in his footsteps. He went and he put all the evidence on the table. He got every single major leader to capitulate. And now it's time for us to play the same checkmate move. Because if we don't tell these people who they are and where they belong, they will never go away. They will just continue to traumatize our families. They will continue to inject babies with vaccines. Now they're saying the mRNA, is now in every standard vaccine, or even possibly the ones that they're injecting children with. We've got to protect our next generation. This has to end now. We cannot continue to allow all of these lies, perpetrating across the news, all this stuff happening at the border. I'm done with it. I'm ready to take offense. I'm ready to get all the media ready, and behind this movement, because I think there are so many people that are so brave, that are so ready now to use what they've learned over the last 2 years in the common law and to serve these people with the truth. And that is, they are masquerading as government. They are not our government. They have no jurisdiction over us, and we're handing them all of our power by giving them all of our attention. No more. Time to serve them and go restore our republics.
I mean, I'm sitting in Washington, D.C. I'm prepared to go to Congress tomorrow. I'm prepared to go to the Supreme Court. I'm dealing with, obviously, the highest level of elected officials who believe that they're actually getting something done. There has never been a hearing in Congress on election corruption. There's never been a hearing in Congress about most things that are important, and they pretend like they're getting something done, but they're really not. So just take Washington, D.C. What should we do in Washington, D.C.?
Well, unfortunately, we have to kind of go back to the way the forefathers laid it out. And we have to understand what they were doing. They were up against the same enemy. They were leaving Great Britain. They knew they had to form a republic. They knew that the people had to control government. And they knew that they had to set up separate countries in each state, separate sovereign nations to protect against government, domestic government overreach. And so there was no huge emphasis on the union. It was only a union to protect against foreign invasion. We're putting all this emphasis on DC. DC is District of Columbia. It is a fake, phony, false corporation. It has nothing to do with our republic. It is one big trap, one big scam. They want you to think they're in control, but they're not. They're a corporation. Think of like a McDonald's rolling up right next to your republic and acting like they're your government. It's a masquerade. It's a bread and circus. All of us going there and even giving them our attention, when you look on paper, they're a corporation. They have a Dun and Bradstreet number. Again, so in 1776, we all know that was a signing of the Declaration of Independence. And the forefathers had set up a republic, right? And so the first thing the devil has to do when there's independence like that, and when people are taking sovereign control over an entire country, is he has to roll in a counterfeit to fool the people into thinking, no, look over here, right? So the very first thing the devil did was he rolled in District of Columbia. As soon as the forefathers set up the Declaration of Independence, we only had freedom for maybe 7 years, okay? Now that was just their first attempt, rolling in a corporation. And they've done this in every other country. They did it in Israel. They did it in London with the city of London. They did it in Rome with the Vatican City. They've done this all over the world. This is not their first rodeo. And it's so clear that the forefathers knew who their enemy was. But so what they had done is by 1871, you're kind of talking 100 years later almost, each state had formed its own republic. So it really was operating in sovereignty. Each constitution was written for each state separately, because Texas didn't want to abide by the same rules as Maine or as Florida. You know, they understood that they had to run their own sovereign country. And so the real power right now is in the states. It's actually in the state. And that's where we, the people, are supposed to follow our jurisdiction. See, Trump has done everything by the book. He only has jurisdiction over foreign interference. And he knows that we are the only ones who can restore our republics at the state level and call them in. So what happened to our republics? Well, in 1871, all wars are banker wars. The bankers contrived a war. They contrived the KKK. They forced, I mean, it's all sorts of stuff. They forced Lincoln to do a bunch of stuff. They ended up assassinating him. Long story there. But they generated a civil war. And in the Civil War, it's like, look over here while we impoverish you over here. And we, you're now on defense while we basically run everyone out of office, out of the Republic office. So again, governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, treasurer, House and Senate. Remember that House and Senate, guys, that's a big deal, right? That makes up Congress. This is a big fake Congress you're talking about. When you go in tomorrow and you see all these fake seats, these are all corporate offices, because what happened in 1871 is they created that war. They ran all of our people out of our republic. And when they came back 7 years later, they came back as corporations. So again, remember, you've got like a republic sitting here and they roll into McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? And McDonald's, they literally could rename this whole government McDonald's, because you're looking at a de facto government. Our forefathers did not set up a corporation as government. They set up a republic. They're completely different. And then what they did is they started corralling us. Once they created this fake corporation, they started making up a bunch of rules and laws and saying, no, they're real. They're really real. And they've got people up on podiums and they're pedigreed like DeSantis, and they look beautiful, right? And they're all trained and they're telling you everything you want to hear, but really they're manipulating you.
And they're getting nothing done. Nothing.
They stroke each other's egos at every board meeting. They think they're so famous and popular, politicians. They think it's a dictatorship. It's not. It's not, folks. We have all of our power in the republic. So the problem we have right now, Corinne, is that no one seems to know the power in a republic. We've all just been dumbed down. We weren't taught this stuff, right? So since we have people now restoring the republic, because remember I said they were vacated, those seats were vacated. So it's still there, even though there's not a brown building there anymore where you can go and see it with your own eyes. There are people meeting and holding these positions out of necessity because the forefathers laid it out very clearly. They said if there was ever government overreach, you have 100% right to abolish the government. Whether it's a fake corporation or whether it's the real one, we, the people, are the ones who created it. We're the people who control it. It's just the people aren't recognizing that when these volunteers come and hold these seats, you can command the volunteers. See, remember, in a democracy, so there's basically, they've fooled us. They want you to think you're living in a republic, the land of the free, the home of the brave. You're not. They've got a decoy, and it's taking all of your time and attention. And in this decoy, you have zero power. Corinne, they can change the rules. I see them do it in the courts. I see them do it within the law. I see them doing it all the time. They write new laws, and they call them prima facie. So they're laws for them, but not for us little slaves. They're trading you behind closed doors, turning tables on you. They're all a bunch of bankers in the courts. It's all slippery. It's very slippery. If they lose, they just throw out the record. You know, if they don't like what you're saying or doing, or if you're speaking too much truth, or you know their fake, phony, false pirate language, and you start outsmarting them, they'll just throw you in jail.
And they are throwing us in jail. At least one person has really been arrested, mostly Christian men of fighting age, since the Biden regime took control of the White House. Now, you believe that Trump is still in control, correct? Can you explain that to me?
Well, I mean, I think that everything he did was so calculated. It was so specifically calculated. They are taking out the largest, most dangerous deep state, cancer this world has ever seen. I mean, really, we know now that there was an agenda. Not only was it a one world order, we were already kind of in that because the Queen sort of owned all of us, and they were trading us, in the I'll just say the secondhand market. Only the elite had access to, and they've siphoned all the world's wealth in order to pull off this massive fake flu. And I think Trump went and he got every country to capitulate beforehand. He said, you work for us now. Here's all the evidence. And he did that in early 2017. But what I think people don't realize is that, right after JFK's senior's assassination.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to that. 1 week prior to his assassination, he had sent because remember, 1871, now you're in the 60s, and you're, in 1960s, and JFK Sr. is noticing, and he's telling us there's a plot, you know what I mean? We all, he says I don't remember the exact quote, but, there's a plot to take over this country, and I'll do everything in my power to see through it, that this is stopped. He had sent the Navy, in the Navy is the King's Army, okay? The Navy is who you call when you're in a foreign insurrection like this. He had sent the plans for the Navy to restore all 35 original republics. Now, you don't think that has value to the deep state?
That's why they murdered him.
That 1 week later, he's assassinated?
Mm-hmm.
So the republic is the single most, I think, enemy to the deep state, because we are then in control of our government. They want you to think you live in a democracy. They want you to think that's a good thing. Well, in a democracy, which is not what our forefathers set up, it is almost always ends up in a dictatorship because it's majority vote. Okay. And a majority vote, who's thinking of the little guy? Nobody. So it was never designed the way it's functioning right now. Everybody thinks they had a vote. You didn't have a vote. You don't have a vote for McDonald's. These people are not your government. They are corporate officers calling themselves governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, but they have no jurisdiction. See, jurisdiction is everything. And if you don't have jurisdiction, you could claim it. And this is something they're very good at doing. They're very good at bullying, and they claim it. They claim the airwaves. They claim your land. They claim your body when you're born. They claim your children when you sign your marriage certificate. They claim you're a corporation when you get your driver's license. They're claiming you. They're claiming your land. They're claiming your estate so that when you die, you have nothing to give to your heirs. All they're doing is claiming you falsely, though. Everything is fraud, and all fraud vitiates everything it touches. So long as we, the people, outsmart their tactics and you can see through their tactics, it's all about attention. It's all about where you send your attention. So yes, I believe that ever since Senior was assassinated, that there was a Q army that forged and formed, and they basically formed those original republics, and they did everything by the book. And so those republics that have been restored, probably behind the scenes, are the ones who've called all the shots, because they're the ones with jurisdiction over our country. Each individual sovereign state would have had to agree on Trump's decisions that he's made ever since 2016. So I think what he did was he played two roles. I think he played the role of the corporate president at the same time as playing the role as the republic commander in chief under wartime. That's what I think he did. So I think he was using jurisdiction while playing the puppet master. Does that make sense? Like he's an expert at being a showman, and he's an expert at, luring the enemy into his traps. And I think he did just that. I think they made deals. I think they pulled pieces off the table. I think many governors made deals. I think they were brilliant in it. He said he's never, ever going to give away any of their military strategies. I think they put them right back on the board, either in masks or not. I don't know. But I think it was all about business as usual, so as to draw out every last enemy.
So what do we do now? I have so many questions.
Yeah. So what you do now.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not technically tonight in Washington, D.C. I'm technically in the state of Virginia. So what would you have me do if I could wake up tomorrow and do everything that the People's Operation Restoration tells us to do?
Yeah, I would say go serve everyone in your county and, let them know that they're foreign insurrectionists, that this is a foreign insurrection, that they're posing as elected officials, which is exactly what I did. And so it's a really simple 3-step process. We've posted it online. People can go to the People's Operation Restoration, and you can see what we served in Maricopa County, Arizona. Now, I think that the military wants us to complete all the dots. They want us to connect the dots. I think if we can get a third of our counties in default judgment, then we can call in the military. Sorry, not a third, 2/3. So we have 15 counties in Arizona. I think if we get 10 counties and we serve them all, because they're a foreign insurrection, we serve them. You can serve them the paperwork. If they cannot prove otherwise, they go into default judgment, which is exactly what they do to us. We're just flipping the playbook. Okay, they take the offense with us. Now we're going to take offense with them. You'll let them know who they are and who you are. And then you have to leave that dog and pony show and go be who you are within the republic. You have to know who you are. Does that make sense? So I'm learning that there are 4 doors to every presentment. 2 are honorable, 2 are dishonorable. To walk in honor, you have to walk in acceptance. That's what Jesus did. That's the most honorable way we can walk. And I accept that they stole our country in 1871. I accept that there are a bunch of con men playing games and killing people and stealing from people. I accept that. I don't give them any authority because they're liars and they're not our government. So we serve them papers. A conditional acceptance would be the second door presentment. This would be honorable too. This would be a defend yourself. If they come after you, you say, sure, I'll contract with you if you can prove jurisdiction over me, which they can't. So that usually drops almost every court case. But that's defense. That's a defensive move. That's not playing offense. Offense is we all come together as a body sovereign. We join hands, maybe a group of 100 people. You go to these county meetings and you serve them. You let them know we no longer participate in your masquerade. We see who you are. We know what you do. I've audited you. I've looked at your oath of office. I can see you sign a note to a foreign corporation in all caps. I can see anything in a box is eliminated in your pirate language, so it's not a document. In other words, guys, get their oath of office. Take a black magic marker. Block out anything, even the seal, even the notary in all caps. Block out anything in all caps. Take a black, and then block out anything inside a box. Anything inside a box is null and void. It's not even real language. It's just a pirate language to get you to be fooled into their corporate environment. It's all.
So is this paperwork on the peoplesoperationrestoration.com?
Yeah, I posted the stuff. So if you go to peoplesoperationrestoration.com and you go to take action, there's a Maricopa County tab. And in that, you can download everything we did. So we basically did like 4 things. When I served them the first time, I set up a trap. Okay. I trap them. They trap us all the time. It's very easy to trap them. So what you do is you serve them with a notice of liability and an opportunity to cure. Because if you want to walk in honor, you always have to give someone an opportunity to cure. You have to tell them what they're doing wrong, and you have to just give them an opportunity to fix it, right? And because they should resign, they should be notified. That's kind of like a formal notice to your kid. If you do this again, you're going to get busted. And if you don't warn them, they're going to just keep doing what they're doing, right? Because they think they're going to get away with it, right? So,
Of course.
right, they'll just keep going, you guys, until we stop it, until we call them out, until the illusion is done. And one way you can end the illusion is you say, wait a minute, I know who I am. I know who you are. I know what you're up to. I know you're up there just stroking each other's egos, just pacifying us while you rape, murder, and kill our families. And the water's poisoned and the food's poisoned, and you got no problem with that. So what I did was I served them with a letter of intent. They're each personally liable. In the common law, it's man to man. It's not, there's no like firewall of some corporation to save you. It's you versus me. It's living being to living being. In maritime, again, remember, they basically hid the other law forms from us, which is unbelievable. But they have us in this maritime sandbox, and they can move the goalposts. They can change their rules on voting whenever they want. They can do it different in every state. They can change the rules in one city versus one county. They're moving stuff around on us all the time, and you can't win. You can't win in their corporate environment. It's like going to McDonald's and asking to save you from the border. They don't have jurisdiction. They'll be like, don't worry, it's a non-issue. But at the end of the day, they're masquerading as government, which is a massive felony. It's treason. Okay, so what we did was we served them with notice of liability. So each one of the people sitting up on our board, the 9 people, are personally liable for $1.75 million per person that serves this notice to them. We have 4.5 million people in Maricopa County. We have only 9 people that are lying to the public. 9 people that are sitting on a database of all 4.5 million people that we need to send a broadcast out to immediately to warn them of the dangers of this vaccine. Wouldn't that be the first thing you do when you took office, right? So what I did was I served them with that notice of liability, but I also served them with a 5,000-page document outlining all the war crimes, all the crimes against humanity, all the border issues, all the human trafficking issues, everything, the vaccine injuries, et cetera. And I demanded that they put out a public broadcast, because as our board of supervisors, their only job is to maintain the legislative branch, which is to maintain our rights, or so they say. So they're derelict in their duty either way, right? If they don't do what I tell them to do, they're derelict in their duty under the Constitution. So since they're likely not going to do anything, and now we have 50 million people watching them, so they're scared shitless. They're scared shitless, Corinne. They're sending more sheriffs. They're heightening up on their security. They have all this tape. They don't let anyone talk anymore in their meetings. They're running. There's a guy already ready to not run for re-election again because he's so scared. He's never been more fearful in his life of 4 little old grandmas showing up to speak. Oh, we're terrified for our life. Really? Well, that's because you're personally liable for what you're doing, and you're committing acts of treason. That's why they're scared, right? So, and people have been warning them. So now they have a formal notice. From there, we serve them a writ of quo warranto, which is essentially a very strong affidavit of truth. It's the same ingredients. The writ of quo warranto plus the waiver of tort gives them 30 days to prove who they are. So right now I'm telling them, hey guys, this is a yellow card. We see you. We know who you are. I'd get out. And I would try to get off that website so no one ever remembers your name, because you're not going to want, when everyone learns common law, you're not going to want to be sitting in that seat anymore. I don't care who you work for or who you collect a paycheck from, right? So, and then the second step, if they do nothing, is to command them to prove their authenticity. Command them, show me your oath of office to the Republic, because that's who you claim to be. Command from them a proper performance bond, surety bond, because they're supposed to carry surety to we the people in the event they ever harm us. Well, if you can't file a claim against their surety bond, which I can guarantee you can't because we've tried it, we did it internationally through Bonds for the Win. Not a single surety bond was legitimate. Therefore, they're not legitimate. Not under the Republic, which means if those two check off, they're masquerading. That means they're not real. They're masquerading. It's an act of treason. It's a foreign insurrection. And last but not least, it's all fraud. All fraud vitiates on fraud. So they have to prove they're not committing fraud. You see how it's in the negative space?
Mm-hmm.
They have to prove they're not covering up high crimes now that they've been notified of the high crimes. They have to prove they have sent, a notice out to all people in Maricopa County. And if they don't, they're derelict, right? So we, the people, the body sovereign, it is our duty, our obligation to run them out. Now, even if I would just like to see those seats vacated because it's a corporation. It's not our republic. You know what I'm saying? I would like to just see no one going in those doors ever again, and a redirect of attention to the peaceful assemblies, which is what we're supposed to do, whether we do that in churches or not. And we need to reestablish our republic. We need to have some hard conversations about how to clean up this mess. Because the way it works in the republic is the body sovereign is above the body politic. Think of a bunch of admins. Think of an HOA. It's supposed to run like an HOA. You're supposed to be able to show up to the meetings and command the administrators, the trustees of the trust. So again, in a republic, it's very different than a democracy. It's like a pyramid. It's a trust. God is the executor. The administrators are the trustees, and then trust can't fail for lack of a trustee. And if the trustee fails, the military are the protectors. Okay. And then in that same construct, the body sovereign, or we the people, are the beneficiaries. And we've inherited this beautiful system from our forefathers, which they had up and running for almost 100 years in each state. And it wasn't until the Civil War that, like I said, the devil rolled in his counterfeit. Here's the good news, guys. It's a counterfeit. That's the good news. All we have to do is not participate in the illusion anymore. Serve them and then go restore your republic. Go set up your peaceful assemblies, come forge together as groups. The forefathers, they used to sit and get drunk all night long and argue and in their memoirs, do you know what I mean? They were like trying their best to come up with what is the best way. And we need that. We need the people to care enough. They may disagree on details, but they totally agreed on the end outcome, which would be peace for all, prosperity for all, everyone's needs met. It was all about, we the people are the body sovereign. We control our body politic. We set the rules. We set the laws. We the Bill of Rights was adopted by 52 countries. It was originated by the Magna Carta. And it just says, we the people make the laws. They don't make laws. But so again, the corporation rolled in. But the corporation rolled in, they have a lot of vulnerabilities, Corinne. When you really look at the vulnerabilities, they have a lot of Achilles heels. And one of the biggest Achilles heels is us waking up. So
and being united, us being united.
Yes, united is everything. And there's a lot of people coming at me for what I'm doing, but yet we're all against the same enemy right now. We all have to remember it's all about the children. If you have some perfect paperwork and you think mine's awful and you don't like how I've dotted my I's and crossed my T's, and you're holding on to that master document that's going to save the world, then bring it. We need to save the children. It isn't about me. It's about everyone standing in their power. I want to see every county. I want to see the men and the women step into their authority as kings and queens of the kingdom. Now, you don't call yourself a king or queen if you're not willing to risk your life for the kingdom. If you're not willing to go to bat for your people, you're not watching out for your kingdom. No one can call themselves a king and act like a peasant. Enough.
And that's the problem. People have become complacent. Right now, I'm in Virginia. If I walk down the street, I couldn't even get 100 people to join me in serving anyone. People have become complacent.
I think you have a lot of that, but I think you have the lions, and we're shaking out all the fear, and the lions don't have fear. We're ready to do this, because if we don't do it now, Corinne, what happens in 5 years with another fake flu? I feel like in a way, we're goners if we don't learn how to restore our republic and hold it. And I think that I think what people don't realize right now if you look at America from other countries, you look at it from the perspective of, let's say, Russia. Okay. Russia has a strong leader right now in Vladimir Putin. And what's happening is, for the first time ever, America's under attack, right? We've been the one attacking. Obama dropped a bomb every 7 minutes. Okay. Trump brought world peace. Trump hasn't brought us to war. But then they pinned everything on Biden, which I love. I love the movie. You know what I'm saying? Because we knew we had to go into Ukraine. We knew that was a Khazarian mafia stronghold. We knew that Israel was going to be saved for last. We knew that Israel was Mossad, and that there's a lot going on above ground and underground. But now, like, for example, Russia, they see two wars happening, one in Israel and one in America, because they're invading our borders, right? What are we going to do about it? America, what are we going to do? Are you going to man up? Are you going to stand against the masquerade, against the pirates? Because they're a bunch of pirates. I want you to imagine you have like a beautiful republic sitting right here in 1871, and then they roll in a pirate ship, and they make up all the rules on their pirate ship. It's a maritime law. They're making it up as they go. They dock their ship, and every time you want to participate in any of their trickery or their foolery, they'll let you on the ship. They'll hand you a sword, be like, good luck. Good luck. By the way, we're trading you under the table while you do your little. So a lot of the really strong lawful experts that have learned common law, they don't even set foot in their monkey courts anymore. They know it's all trickery and wordplay and spell casting. They don't even play the game. You know, you really just play defense with them, but then play offense by serving them who they are, putting them in check, putting them on notice, getting them in default judgment, and then notifying the military that, hey, guess what? They're in default judgment. They can't prove who they are. Therefore, they're masquerading as government. We want them out. So let me come back to my 3-step process. Sorry, I'm skipping. Okay. You got the notice first, notice of personal liability. That actually scares them a lot, Corinne. Like when
it scares me.
I know. When we did the Bonds for the Win project, it was 3 steps then too. We were asking for their oath of office, their liability policy, and their bond. And then we were serving them a letter of intent saying, hey, these school boards, if you don't drop the masks and quit practicing medicine without a license, we're going to file a claim against your surety bond. And then they're going to come after you personally for that money. So everybody would leave the board member meeting and they'd go and they'd, deliberate. And they'd come back and be like, I'm not going to take the fall for you guys. I don't need to practice medicine without, I don't need to push this agenda. I'm personally liable. You know what I mean? The devil's minions realized that the devil wasn't going to protect them in the event that the people stood up and filed a claim against them. So this disrupts their energy a lot. So now we're serving the board of the city at the county level, the board of supervisors. And like I said, first one is the warning. That's a yellow card. The writ of quo warranto is like the red card. That's the lawsuit. That's like, okay, we now know who you are, prove who you are. It's a commandment by the body sovereign. And it's more powerful than an affidavit. A writ is more powerful than an affidavit because of the way you form the questions. You can't really easily perjure yourself. And I needed documents that could be universal, that could work for everybody, right? And take the most offensive stance. So that's why I'm recommending people use writs and learn about writs. I think everyone will have to learn about affidavits. That's how we operate in the common law. That's how we notify each other of, their wronging, but you have to notify them of the wrong and give them an opportunity to correct the wrong. You have to give them a right to trial by peers. I mean, how many people out there are just spreading rumors, but they're not giving you a formal, they're not telling you what you did wrong, and they're not giving you an opportunity to cure, and they're not giving you an opportunity to settle the matter with clean hands. You know what I'm saying? So everyone's walking in argument. That's the third door presentment. We're operating argument. Argument is dishonorable. Okay. We should all be able to settle matters amongst one another. That's the common law. So in common law, everyone will probably get very good at affidavits because it's a personal testimony. And it's under penalty of perjury. It's like standing on a stand. But a writ is how the body sovereign used to communicate with their government. So we're using writs. After the writ goes 30 days unrebutted, and they can't rebut, because I'm looking at the paperwork, you've already done the forensics report, they cannot rebut a single thing we're saying. We never elected these people. We don't have any jurisdiction in there. They're masquerading as government. Then we send them a default judgment, because just like a traffic ticket, it's just the exact same way. If they don't respond, it goes into default judgment. We accept their plea of guilt. Once they plead guilty, now you have that you can take to an arbitrator, you can take to a collection company, you can send to the military, right? Because now you've gone through the lawful steps to prove they are not who they say they are, and you can call in the military. And that's exactly what we have to do. We have the jurisdiction in each of the states. Do you remember during Antifa wars? Trump would be like, sorry, I can't go in and help with the military. He knew it was a trap anyway, because they were just going to dress up as military and take up arms against the people. That's how this enemy works. They dress up. They play dress up. And so he was saying, well, there's no governor to call me in. That's because they're all corporate officers. They're not governors. No one's seating the Republic. So the Republic may have called them in the background, and I know there were white unmarked vehicles then, but it was ultimately showing us that we are being run by a foreign corporation, one that we actually is not here to serve us. It's actually here to take us to war. So we never won. Well, we may have won the Revolutionary War initially, but then they came and reinvaded us. So now we're right back in the Revolutionary War. Isn't that fascinating that we're looking at, all these symbols in the times, because this is the year where we, the people, take back all governments worldwide. We're going to take them all back.
Oh, so this is worldwide.
Worldwide.
Wow.
Because Operation Restoration is not limited to just the U.S. I mean, the U.S., we have the foundation of what the forefathers gave us, but no, we're setting the tone. We've got Canada with us. We've got Europe. We've got Australia. We've got, India. We're definitely already reaching so many people. And Cal Washington, he too has an incredible movement where they're using these very similar steps. He too has an amazing program that people can download. I'll just tell you, he's got an app called They're Mighty. If you download the Mighty app and you search for In Power, Cal Washington is also educating everyone on this. So I feel like, Corinne, this is the year of disclosure, how to play offense, how to learn common law, how to learn trust law, learn what the Republic used to be, start to peacefully assemble, swipe them left because they're fake, phony, false, de facto. All they are is an energetic mind game. Do you know what I mean? And the more we give our energy to that, the more we're going to manifest that. And the more we give our energy to the solution, the more we're going to manifest the solution. And I don't think the white hats can do that, because it's like learning to walk. We have to feel the struggle. We have to feel the labor, or we won't appreciate it.
I mean, you're in Arizona, okay? Mm-hmm. And I just interviewed Sheriff Lamb, who's mm-hmm. in the area you're in. He was in Washington, D.C. at the sheriff's conference a couple weeks ago. Mm-hmm. Honestly, if you served him, what would he do?
Well, here's the thing.
Served him yet?
You have to give him an opportunity to remedy. So he has likely signed an oath to a foreign corporation, and he doesn't know that. So we just have to give him an opportunity to sign an oath to we the people under the new republic. And then now he's de jure. So he goes from de facto, meaning fake, not real, non-fact, to de jure, meaning truth, meaning he's actually signed an oath to us. We shouldn't be giving any loyalty or commanding anybody that hasn't signed an oath to us. And we're allowed to fire anybody the second they misstep. You know what I'm saying?
Now, let's say in U.S. federal court, all of the pro-life activists are sitting in jail in Alexandria, Virginia. All the J6ers are sitting in jail in the D.C. jail in the gulag. Let's say that I served one of the federal judges. I mean, they would think I was crazy. How would I really do
not
this?
If you do it among 500 people, not if you and 500 people serve, not if we have all the cameras on it. And I'll tell you, I got the paperwork for them too, because every single thing these courts have ever done is fraud, and all fraud vitiates everything it touches. Ever since 1878, guys, not a single court, all of those people you just described are prisoners of war. So remember, what they did was they came and they stole our government, but really they didn't steal it. It's still sitting vacated. They just stole our attention. They acted like they were our authority, and they acted so authoritative, everyone just went with it. It's brilliant, really, what they did. It's beyond brilliant. But it's the lowest law of the land, maritime. It's the lowest law. Again, it's a pirate ship sitting there. They have no jurisdiction. We have higher jurisdiction in the land, the law of the land, the common law. Okay, so people have to understand that common law trumps maritime in anything they're doing. Not only that, but their biggest Achilles heel, none of their minions even know they're working for the enemy. So it's very easy to get them to defect, like Sheriff Lamb would defect. He would come over and he would sign an oath to we the people, because that's what he always wanted to do. So all these genuine sheriffs, even deputized sheriffs, want to do. They don't want to protect a foreign insurrection. When we're there in Maricopa County and there's like 50 volunteers, not even getting paid, you just want to walk up to them and be like, why don't you sign a note to the du jour? Why don't you head on down to the border? Why don't you come protect we the people? Why are you sending people in to steal children from homes without warrants? Don't you wonder who you're working for? When you go and you foreclose, there's 250 foreclosures per month in Maricopa, all illegal, all just land grabs. What makes you think someone can come and foreclose on your home that was funded by your own Sesta KV trust? You can't even prove you funded the loan. I paid off 90% in equity and you're still going to just come steal it? Just right out of my hands? It's all fraud. This is what they're doing. They're doing land grabs. They're stealing your estate. They're stealing homes from people, and they pick you off one by one. And you just hope, oh, shoot, I hope I don't get picked off by this enemy. But no, you're dealing with a foreign invasion. Not only are they picking people off, but they're funding their crime syndicate by putting people in these jails. So they make a third of their money by keeping people enslaved in jails. The only way you can get out of jail is to plea bargain. It is a prisoner of war. Prison of war. So it's like a police state. It's like think of it like being in the Death Star, because it's been taken over by foreign corporate, government, where they acquired all 18,000 police precincts. It's like a monopoly now, and they're all de facto. It's like, as a corporation, what they could do is write the laws, because they control it. But I could say to any court, because they write the laws in the court too, and here's a trick question for them. What rules, laws, regulations, statutes, or bills are applicable to me in this court as a living woman? Well, that's a trick question, because none of them are. They have to get you to respond to your last name to claim jurisdiction over you. And they're trying to get you to respond to your corporation, the one that they made in your name. So they made a corporation in my name called Michelle Klon when I was born. That's on my driver's license. And then when I go to the court, they say, are you Michelle Klon? Well, if I say yes, they're assuming and presuming you're the corporation. But Corinne, can a corporation even commit a crime?
Exactly.
No, they're conning you. They're not talking to you as a living woman. They're talking to you as a corporation. So like JP Sears should do like a skit on this. Like someone should walk in with a straw man and let the judge talk to the doll. The straw man is the first last name, all caps. So Michelle Klon, the doll, I could put a little tag on it with all caps, Michelle Klon, be like, and I'll just let that guy think, because they want you to think you're belligerent. They think you're belligerent. They're back there making jokes, trading you behind the table, right? Because they're actually opening bonds in your name every single time they open a court case, or every time you get a traffic violation. They're trading you on their markets. They're trafficking you. And you cannot hold the body as surety for a debt the body doesn't even owe. So everything they've ever done in every court is fraud. Every lawyer is working for the British Accreditation Registry. They're not working for us. Every jail, every jail is profiting off of, think of it like you having a backpack that they created when you were born that you don't have access to, but the crooks do. So you're born, they create a trust in your name, they create a corporation in your name and bonds in your name. And they declare you dead on arrival because only your mom signed that birth certificate. So they consider you a bastard child. If you don't claim your estate within 7 years, they claim it for you. And that's only because they're taking authority over the body and you didn't know it. So therefore you didn't have informed consent. Therefore it's all fraud. But because no one's stopping them, does it make sense? They just keep perpetuating fraud. So you were created this beautiful body, and then they put their body in a crate. So think of like a container, and the crate is the corporation or the trust or your estate. And so they're charging the crate, not the body, when they take you to court. All these prisoners of war, the January 6ers, et cetera, it's the crate that they're charging, and then they're being forced to plea bargain through duress with lawyers, you know what I'm saying? And so then they're thrown in jail on technicalities, not on legitimate claims. So we now have to get smarter than them. We can't keep playing defense. We need to lock arms, learn this stuff inside and out so we can walk in sacred honor, so we can be above the material. You know how when you get self-mastery, you get mastery over material, you get a lot more confident. We can move with more confidence. We can move with more authority. We are the authority. We are the authority. First, you declare and decree over yourself. You declare and decree over your family. Then you decide who you want to declare and decree over as a king or queen of your kingdom. Are you going to protect a school district? Are you going to protect your HOA? Are you going to protect your city? Are you going to protect your county? And then form groups of others that want to do the same, that see this extreme atrocity and want to end it and are ready to risk their lives to do it. You know, our forefathers, there were only a few of them, and they all risked their lives, and they all had everything threatened, and many of them were murdered. But if we now all see this, see the greatest awakening, the great awakening is their worst nightmare. It was literally enough. Like, imagine a big pyramid structure that they had us in, and we're all marching along like, you know, we're all good slaves, because we are all slaves. We're all being traded. We're all slaves in the same system. Every cop, you know, that's another thing. It's only 1% global elite pulling these strings. We're all part of the same system, which is another huge Achilles heel for the enemy. They don't want their employees to know these things because most people are inherently good. Most people who injected vaccines were doing it out of the guise of saving lives. These are not bad people. They're bad people who don't have discernment because their medical board told them so, the news told them so, Google told them so, their friends and family told them so. And of course, you know, they couldn't decipher truth, so they went down that path, and they're still going down that path. But if we don't start serving these people, if we don't put every nurse on notice, if we don't put every doctor on notice, if we don't put every pharmacist on notice, if we don't start, you know what I mean, taking offense and putting everyone in check, because it's the ultimate checkmate move if everybody did this all at once, because they really are harming people. And once they know they're personally liable, they're not going to keep doing it.
Okay, so let me ask you this, okay? Because I want to say thank you to S Medium One. Everyone loves you, Mickey. He loves this. And I want to say thank you to Gecko Tech. Okay, Gecko Tech says Mickey is spot on. We first need to recognize that we were all duped by willing parties to the corporation construct. We all traded our rights for so-called privileges. I agree with everything Mickey is saying. It's we, the people, who need to take back our country and restore the republic. But we need to start by taking back our individual sovereignty. So let's say this, okay? The founder of America Happens, Ben Miller, is going to be in Washington, D.C., hopefully the whole month of April. Let's say he and I decide to be together, because I need one or more people. I can't do this by myself. And we
12 is the
actually serve. How many people do you recommend?
12 is the best. When we
Okay.
serve, it's the size of a jury.
Okay. So we need
So all
12.
you need,
I don't know how to find 12 people in Washington, D.C., or even Virginia.
we'll call it out right now. And you know what? We've already had over 1 million people sign up to our website, and we're asking for their county and their state so we can connect you with various groups that are already
Okay.
formed. You know, there are formed groups around Mike Lindell and all of his research. There's formed groups around, you know, the tactical civics groups that are forming all throughout the country.
Ivan Reichland should know how to do this.
Well,
He can
they
get
should know
12
how.
people.
Some of them are still, you know, they know they need to set up their grand juries. They know they need to set up their petit juries in each county, which is great. Any petit jury serving any county official would be even stronger. You know what I'm saying? But once you familiarize with this paperwork, and I want to express this, to operate in honor and to operate in acceptance, you have to read every word of every contract you sign. Your sign of nature is your oath of it's your oath. Okay. And then everything that we've tacitly agreed to in signing, just because everybody else did, you know, you know, it's our marriage certificate or it's a driver's license. I really want to be able to drive or whatever it is. We weren't reading it. We didn't know fully what we were engaging with. So anybody that downloads our documents, I encourage you. I don't just encourage you. I strongly tell you have to read every word. You know, get in some of these classes. There's classes called Common Law Academy by Ron Bouchard. He does a beautiful job teaching this stuff. You know, jump in these Twitter channels that are doing their discussions on a regular basis. Yes, they're boring. You know what I mean? And some of the people have joined
You should do a Twitter space. A Twitter space would be really important because what you're saying is so high level. Who taught you this information, Mickey? How did you get this information?
Well, that's a really good question. I want to give such a huge shout out. You know that scene in Star Wars where they're like, many brave people died to bring us this information? Corinne, you have no idea how many people have been bullied by these courts, thrown in jail unjustly.
I watch it all day long in DC, all day long.
they've spent hard time to come out with this information, and I'm just simplifying it. I'm trying to give broad strokes, and I'm trying to shine light on the people that are in the trenches. But I'm tired of watching them each get targeted by this evil enemy. It's literally, like I said, it's like one man going up against the system with a stick. You might have all the right words, but because they're so used to working in this mind control environment where so long as the majority of people don't see their con, they don't see that they're magicians playing and toying with your mind. It's not real. It's an illusion. But until all the people call out the illusion and say, wait a minute, your pants are down. Yeah, you call yourself a king, but no, your pants are down. You're not the king. Sorry. It's like pulling that curtain back on the wizard and be like, you're not actually the authority here. I am. It's empowering when we realize who we are and who they are. But if we don't call them out in mass, in every country, in every county, you know what I'm saying? Let's start from the country and then go into the state and then go into the county and go into the city. We really only have control over serving these cities, these counties. Then you can take back the republic of the state. Because like I said, once you get, I think the way it's designed, and I think this is what was in between the fine print. We, the people, have to stand up our republics in each state. Trump cannot do that. He doesn't have jurisdiction, folks. And so I've got a governor, his name is Jim Huguenin. He's holding position for the Republic in Illinois. Now, Illinois is one of the darkest states. Chicago's dark, okay? He's holding position. He's working as a servant. He's so ready for the people to just observe him, command him, and he'll do anything. He knows all of this stuff. He knows all this paperwork. He'll risk his life for the people. It's just not enough people are recognizing him as their stand-in governor until a fair and safe election can be held.
Okay, that's powerful. And this is how I really got to know you a couple years ago. You're telling me that there are stand-in governors right now in places like Illinois, Texas. You have stand-in governors for we the people ready to take over.
And you have stand-in sheriffs. So
Wow.
imagine, I know this is hard for people, again, to conceptualize, but it's like, you almost have to imagine seats without the red brick building. Just imagine you have the foundation. It's a trust. A trust can't fail. It never dies. The republics that each of the forefathers set up in all those 35 initial states, and I guarantee you, Senior helped them set it up in all 50 states. I guarantee there's a republic in all 50 states now. And once you observe it, that's when you suddenly get all your power back. Because, Corinne, here's the thing, is that, so in a republic, you have the trust, but you have rules by which the trust have to be managed. Those rules were called a constitution. If you don't have any trustees in your republic, who do you have to uphold your constitution? See, now here's where the enemy got super smart. They rolled in their corporations, their de facto government, and they were like, you know what we really need to do? We need to write a new constitution because ours isn't good enough. Those were just corporate bylaws. So now there's a fake constitution and a real one, and people don't know that. So they're trying to derive their rights from the fake corporation for the fake de facto government, and they're not deriving their rights from the organic constitution from the original 35 state republics. Does that make sense? So if
that is so powerful.
It's so powerful. And if you don't discern that in your documents to these idiots, because they all know the con, if you don't observe the organic constitution and the date it was signed, they're going to assume and presume you're talking about their bylaws. Oh, cool. She's still stuck in our ship. She's still stuck in our masquerade, our illusion of control. It's an illusion that they have control over us. We're handing them authority. They don't have authority, not lawful. So when we learn the law, when we learn the real law and we stand on it, and we start using it, what you'll find is these judges run out. They'll slide these cases under the rug, you know?
We're ready. I'm ready for all the judges in Washington, D.C., federal court to quit. And I'm ready to have you back on next week, Mickey, because there's so much to talk about. I'm ready for lesson 2. And I want everyone to go to thepeoplesoperationrestoration.com. That's a little hard to do. The People's Operation Restoration. Will you come on again?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, your news is so high level. I've got to digest this. Please come on again. I'm so grateful. We're going to have you back.
Thank you. And I would
And
love to
I'm going to
start
do
getting,
something in DC just to test this. I don't want to get arrested, but let's think of something I could do in DC.
we'll wait till you have your council of 12, okay? And then serve
Okay.
at the state level. We cannot, I believe they've taken out all the Supreme Justices. And remember, guys, here's another thing. Okay. These people are worshiping what? Okay. These are not our gods. They're worshiping bad things. I'll just say they're Satanists. So if we're giving authority to Satanists, who are we giving authority to? God set up his kingdom. It's called a republic. And it's time for us to learn what that meant and learn what that is and learn how far we've drifted from it, because we all thought we had a vote. We've been investigating voter fraud for 4 years. That's a huge distraction. That's us chasing a tail, unfortunately, because they rewrite the rules. They're slippery and slimy. And now they're going to try to take Trump off ballots. Like, it's a joke. It's a big fat joke. And I think most of what Dr. Jan Halper Hayes came out and said, she's confirmed all of this. They know.
I mean, you're giving us hope.
Yeah, they know they need 80% of us to see through the illusion in order for them to bring in EBS. We have got to do our part here. We've got to take authority over the realm, shift the tables on the money changers, redirect your focus, because if we keep giving our energy and attention and our money to the fake, phony, false, what are we going to get more of?
Okay. I agree. You've got to come back. Please come back, Mickey. Everyone go to the People's Operation Restoration.com. I'm ready again. I need a week to digest this. Please come back, Mickey. God bless you.
You got it. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. I want to welcome Michael Yon into the mix now. It's going to be so interesting to have him here. Michael Yon is one of the highest level war correspondents in the whole entire world. Michael Yon is the first person who ever told me last year, Corinne, we're already under invasion in the United States of America. So welcome, Michael Yon. Tell us everything.
Hey, Corinne. I'm actually in Florida for the moment. I'm back from Darien Gap again, of course, in Panama, watching the invasion increase through there. Now I'm back in Florida. I'm actually from Florida, but I'm not here because I'm from Florida or that I love Florida, which I do. But I'm here because Florida is about to see an increase in the invasion as well as Haiti goes the way Haiti goes. Interesting that before Haiti had this latest spasm of being Haiti, the United States started putting hundreds of millions of dollars into building up Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
okay,
somewhat
Guantanamo Bay.
curious.
Everyone said it was getting built for terrorists. It's getting built for us. What's it getting built for?
Good question. And notice it would be a nice place to, for instance, make an army out of those Haitians, or the ones that you choose. I mean, I don't know why they're plussing it up. They put hundreds of millions. They've at least said that they're going to put hundreds of millions of more dollars into Guantanamo Bay. That doesn't include the other things that are going on in various parts of the world. But let's talk about Bahamas, which is very close to me right now. The Chinese have a port closer. I'm in Florida. I'm in South Florida. But the Chinese port is actually closer to me than Key West is. And there's literally a Chinese port right off in the Bahamas, right, very close to Florida. A lot of Americans don't get this. We are surrounded. Now, when I say this, people say that's conspiracy theory. I no longer have time for those people. We don't have time for them. They're not serious. The people that don't recognize now in March of 2024 that we're being invaded, or that stand up and say that's conspiracy theory, again, have a nice time. Go smoke your dope with Joe Rogan, and have a good life. It's not going to be much longer, I think, at this rate. There's tens of millions of people coming in. Most are military age males. Many are clear. You saw the report of the Hezbollah, the latest Hezbollah guy that was just caught. Interestingly, we took Laura Loomer and Epoch Times. Of course, Ann Vandersteel was is a main part of Operation Burning Edge. Ann and I are the leaders of Burning Edge. We took Epoch Times, Laura Loomer, and others, and Masako Ganaha from Japan, and on different trip, Brett Weinstein and Dr. Chris Martenson and so many others, Mara Macy, and we've taken so many down to the Darien Gap, and they see it instantly when we bring them down there. They see what's going on. They see that the invasion is actually caused by the United States. It's not Mexico. I mean, I see these talking heads that think they're saying something smart with it's time to, Remain in Mexico will solve this. I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, it's like, you know, that's like,
Is it the
you
United
know, it's like,
Nations?
yeah,
What does
it's
the United
yeah.
Nations have to do with all this? Tell us about the United Nations, because I thought
Okay.
the United Nations was behind this.
Yeah, United Nations is interestingly, many of the people who think that they know what's going on, I will ask them, what do you think of IOM? And most have never heard of IOM. I would say 98%. It's very few, although we're working to change that. The International Organization for Migration, right? Anybody who has not heard of IOM has no idea what's going on. They have no idea. They might think they do. They may have lived on the border for the last 50 years, but they have no idea what's actually going on if they haven't even heard of IOM. That's like having not heard of, hydrogen and oxygen when we're asking what is used to, create water, right? I don't know. Lithium and sodium. No, it's IOM is the main engine of the invasion, right? Period. The leader of IOM is Amy Pope. IOM is the UN IOM, United Nations IOM, International Organization for Migration, right? And so the bottom line is Amy Pope, an American, was bragging about 6 months ago when she was installed that the main funder of IOM is the United States, which it is. The United States formed United Nations. United Nations is the main funder of the United Nations. United Nations is the main engine of the invasion, and their main arm within the United Nations is IOM. Now, there's other arms like the World Food Program and these sorts of things, and highest, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society is something that's been in the news a lot lately. When I took Brett Weinstein down there, when we got in front of what's called China Camp, or in Panama they call it San Vicente Camp. It's the main camp that the Chinese invaders are using it's not really a camp, it's more of a bus station now. But as they emerge from the Darien Gap, they'll get on buses at China Camp, right? Now, the highest building, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society building, is about 40 yards away from the front gate. And I know this because I've spent many months down there inside that camp, eating breakfast with the highest people, eating lunch with the highest people, and eating dinner with the highest people. I see them out all the time. I spend a lot of time in Darien and in the Darien Gap, maybe 6 months. So since Biden was installed. So, I know a lot of the Indians out there, the Embra Indians, Kuna, whatnot. The bottom line is highest. Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. As soon as I started going after them, people said, "Oh, you're anti-Semite." And I'm like, again, have a good day. Go ahead and have fun getting your head chopped off by Hezbollah, because that's what's coming, right? Now, the reason I started going after highest instead of often I'm going after Catholic Charities. Why did I start suddenly lifting and shifting to highest and Catholic Charities and others, Lutheran Services and so many others? Highest. Secretary of Homeland Security, Ali Mayorkas, people like to call him Alejandro or whatever. Anyway, he used to be called Ali before he went up there and tried to make himself fancy with Alejandro. But okay, Ali, he was also always known as being a dweeb. But Ali he's a refugee from Cuba. Both of his parents were Cuban Jews, and therefore he was somehow selected and became a board member of HIAS, right? So Alejandro Mayorkas, the current Secretary of Homeland Security, was a refugee from Cuba. Both parents were Jewish. He was installed as a board member on HIAS. He then moved over to Department of Homeland Security. If you go to hias.org, you'll see them congratulating him. Now, why is this so important? These NGOs are busy installing people in governments around the world. They're not humanitarian, right? They're not humanitarian at all. They are a they're coming to take over governments. They're working on that on the United States right now, of course, Panama and many other places. Bottom line is, when he moved over to the Department of Homeland Security, Ali Mayorkas, well, now he's like the board member is now in charge of the invasion of the on the U.S. side. So he came down there. Ali Mayorkas came down to Darien Province, not really Darien Gap, but he came to Darien Province on April 18th of 2022. I was waiting for him. He came, he landed right in front of me in 4 Blackhawks. I was waiting for 4 days. He landed in 4 Blackhawks. He went inside of China. He went right beside HIAS. The HIAS office, again, is about 40 yards from the main gate of China camp. He went in there promising money. This, again, to repeat, this was 18 April 2022. I was physically present, right? Waited for 4 days. He went in there promising $18 million to upgrade that camp and others. Now, we put a lot more money in than that. Those camps are much larger now, much more efficient, and now they're putting in at least 2 more large camps into the Darien Gap, not just Darien Province, but actually in the Gap. And so, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, we'll save that for another story. But the bottom line is the flow through the Darien is increasing. Now, we've been putting a lot of heat on them, and mysteriously 2 Fridays ago, so that would be about 16 days now or so, there was a fire at China camp. Now, this is quite interesting. There was a sort of riot, or there was a riot, and this was Friday 2 weeks ago, right? And then mysteriously, the place where Centerfront's like they run the camp. It's the Panamanian Border Patrol, sort of police / army. They don't really have an army, but it's sort of like they're very professional. They don't have like artillery or something like that, but they're out in the jungle all the time catching drug smugglers and that sort of thing, and very serious people. But so they run these camps down there, and when this riot happened, at least 3 Centerfront were badly injured, and then all the records were burned. Right. So I asked somebody in Panama City when it was burning. I called somebody in Panama City and said, "Hey, they're burning San Vicente camp, China camp." I said, "Can you go down there and video and drone it?" And he did. He drove right down. It was like 5 hours. Drove down there, got drone footage, which we've published now. And you can see, I know I've been in that camp many, many times. I was just in it with Laura Loomer and Epoch Times and Mara Macy and Masako Ganaha and Ann Vandersteel. We were just all in that camp, just weeks ago. And then shortly after we left, boom, the records burned. Some of this, I don't know why those records magically burn. Means and motive, right? Was it an accident? I don't know. But the thing is we were bringing a lot of heat on Hyas, specifically on Hyas, especially Brett Weinstein called him out, and Laura Loomer called him out after we took him to the camp, and Hyas then took down some of their signs. They started repainting their building. They did many things, and so they're quite angry. Actually, they've tried to get us kicked out of Panama and blah blah blah. So the long story short, there's a lot of people with a vested interest in seeing those records burned, right? Or captured, right? It could be Hyas, because I've been saying for, I don't know, 3 years now that terrorists are coming through the Darien Gap, 3.5 years, and that, Chinese and others and Hezbollah and Hamas, who's who in the zoo is coming through that Darien Gap, right? And Hyas, right beside China camp, San Vicente camp, is physically helping Hezbollah get through to the United States. You see, the Hezbollah guy from Lebanon just said he wanted to make a bomb, according to reports. There's media, who knows? But the bottom line is Venezuela is chock full of Hezbollah. Venezuela is Hezbollah. Those are some serious people. They're very smart. They're very rich. They've got high testosterone, and they'll come and get you, right? And Hyas is helping them get through. Why is Jewish money helping Hezbollah get to places like Florida? Where I'm in Florida right now, half the people I meet down here are Jewish. I keep telling them, do you understand what's happening? All of your, if you look on highest.org and the donors there, it's like Shapiro, there's like 9 Shapiros, Pritzker, all these guys. I'm like, are you out of your mind? They're going to come and kill you all. And they're going to kill us. True, right? We're outnumbered. Our military is obviously not doing anything except helping them. The Coast Guard's escorting Haitians up. The Border Patrol is just a welcome mat. The Border Patrol is not doing anything. Except, I just got a message from a Border Patrol friend, and a lot of them are extremely upset. But at the end of the day, the aliens get loaded on the buses. Just doing my job, sir. Now I understand how that Nazi stuff happened, right? I always used to wonder when I was stationed in the army in Germany, how did all these actually, I don't think they were all evil, but somehow they got all caught up in this thing and now they're loading people into ovens. I mean, how did that come to pass? So I read a lot on it over the years and it still was always kind of hard to believe. Now I see it. Now I see it unfolding in full relief. We're clearly setting the stage for doing the same here. And literally, a lot of the people who in the future will die from this. There's no doubt about it. They're going to die. It's just a matter of the numbers and how, right? Uh, they're actually facilitating their own assassins to come across our border. So, I've been saying that loud and clear lately, and they're like, oh, anti Semite, throw that grenade. Talk to the hand, man. It doesn't work anymore. The magic wand is broken. I threw it in the fireplace. People call me racist all the time. What is this? The New York Times literally came down to the Darien Gap and tracked us down, right? Now, I talked with the New York Times guy yesterday, Ken Bensinger, right? He was at that time, he was clearly looking for Laura Loomer. Now he's like, nah, I wasn't really looking for Laura Loomer. Well, anyway, he was clearly looking for Laura Loomer. He said it on some of our videos when we were down there. New York Times sent two reporters. Why is this AI sending these balloons up? Did you see
I
that?
don't know where did that come from.
Let's sit and give you a heart. Here we go.
Yes.
Here we go.
Wait,
you can't
there
make up
was
this
a
stuff.
heart. What's going
Yeah.
on here?
I
Okay,
mean, you just can't make up this stuff. I
the
love you,
deep
Karina.
state is attacking our thing. Okay, go
Yeah,
on.
I mean,
Is
it's
it
like,
your birthday?
no, I mean, you go like this, you make a heart, you get the whatever it
Michael
goes, you
Yon,
get
you
the hearts.
changed my life. I'm sitting here in shock. I don't even know what to say. There's hearts coming out of your face.
I don't know
The
how to
bottom
make
line is that
flowers. Maybe it'll work. I don't
America
know.
is under invasion right now. Don't people get this? It's not funny. We're
No,
getting invaded.
yeah, it is very serious. And look, and this AI that we just saw in action, right? I mean, it's like but the bottom line is the invasion continue. New York Times, they sent those two people down there, right? Ken Bensinger and some other guy, and he's a
To follow
photographer
you.
from Columbia, right? Yeah.
Okay.
And so, long story short, I say to Bensinger, I mean, shouldn't you be focused kind of on the invasion instead of Laura? I mean, I know a lot of people hate Laura Loomer, and I can
No,
see
they don't.
why,
That's
because
great.
she
Laura
is
Loomer's
she's
amazing.
a total badass. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the reason we took her. I
I'm
mean,
scared of
she's
Laura.
just
Yeah.
she's a volcano. That's why we
She's
took her, man.
amazing.
And the more time we spent with her, the more we liked her.
I
When I
mean,
first
New
when
York
I
Times is probably CIA. They're probably CIA.
Oh, everybody's like, don't you understand? Laura's CIA, Laura's Mossad, Laura's this, Laura's that. I'm like,
No,
guess
New
what?
York
Laura's.
Times. The New
I'm
York
like,
Times must be
yeah,
CIA. They're
I'm
going
like,
down. They're saying they're
I'm
New York
like,
Times. They're CIA.
if I refuse to work with anybody who's suspected or probably CIA or Mossad or something like that, I just can't work with anybody. You know what I mean? I'm seriously. I mean, the bottom. I mean, it's unbelievable. I was joking with Ann Vandersteel the other day. It's like at some point I'm like, do I know anybody who's not in the CIA? You know what I mean? Everybody thinks CIA people are like random unicorns or unicorns that you might see once in a blue moon. I'm like, they're hopping all over the place. There's more of them than rabbits. You know what I mean? It's like,
I
they're
think
everywhere.
The New York Times could be the Mockingbird CIA media.
They could, but why are they focused now on me and Oscar Blue and Laura and everything else, but not the invasion? Not the invasion.
Yeah.
Not the NGOs. Now the NGOs are clearly trying to get Oscar Blue and me and Laura. They're trying to get us cut off from Panama, but it's not working. The Panamanians are awake now. Many of the key Panamanians are awake, and they see. I was telling them this 3 years ago, and I could tell by their body language they were being polite. Panamanians are very polite, but they were being very. I was in this office with some of the sort of officials, let's say, and I was saying what the NGOs are doing, and I could tell by their body language they were being polite and everything, but I was like, oh, I'm losing them. You know what I mean? I'm losing the patient. But at the end, I said, well, I think you don't believe me, but please keep my number. Later, you'll see what I'm telling you. I know, as crazy as it sounds, it's actually true. The NGOs actually are trying to take over Panama. Listen, this is what I do around the world in many different countries. It's new to you because it's new to you, but it's not new to me because I'm watching it everywhere. Alex Jones was warning about this back in the Pleistocene era. I mean, It's like, when did he start warning about this? Jurassic Park days? I don't even know. He saw it like, long before I ever did, but now it's crystal clear. It's actually true. I used to think Alex Jones was stone cold crazy. Now I just think, now I think he probably went crazy because he knew what was going on and nobody believed him. You know what I mean?
It was
And
amazing to see you on Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a hero.
straight up, I mean, it takes a lot of guts to just stand alone and keep hitting the bag alone, getting worn out, but just waking back up, more energy, still going at it. It probably drove him straight up crazy, but he's not crazy. He's not. I've met him numerous times. We chat all the time, and he's like, like he sometimes will say his batting average is something like, it's not perfect, but it's quite good, which is true. I mean, he's world class. His hit to miss is quite high. Keep in mind, and what we're doing, we're not scientists, right? When I mean us, I mean, I'm not a journalist. People constantly call me journalist. They'll say journalists shouldn't do that. I'm like, that's nice. Okay, why did you tell me that? Right? Because you're a journalist. I'm like, no, I'm not. And they'll say, yes, you are. And I'm like, what did I just say to you? How clear can I say it twice? I am not a journalist. I have never, ever been a journalist, not one day of my life, period. All these thousands of articles that call me journalist are all wrong. I've
So what
never
do we
been a
call you?
journalist.
What do we call you?
I have been a war correspondent, a combat correspondent, no question about it. I am clearly an analyst. That's what I do. Now, when I say we, I'm talking about analysts, the serious ones, of which maybe 1% of the people who call themselves analysts are actually deadly serious. Most of the people who call themselves analysts just regurgitate work from other analysts. That's what most journalists do. Most journalists, as one sergeant major told me in Iraq, are just like flies eating each other's vomit, which is what they do. They go straight to Wikipedia and places like this and eat each other's vomit, right? And they go with the narrative, whatever it is, and they never go outside of those white lines, until somebody official like the New York Times, the clowns that they are, actually says it, right? And so the bottom line is, if you look up WikiLeaks, when WikiLeaks came out, I web searched my name, of course, because I'm like, well, there could be stuff in there that gets me killed. But I found WikiLeaks was actually stuff in there, some intelligence people talking behind the scenes about me, saying how accurate my work was. So suddenly I became a fan of WikiLeaks. When I was like, well, actually WikiLeaks is pretty good because they're talking behind the scenes about how accurate I was about some stuff in Iraq. There was Anbar province, the awakening and stuff. I was way ahead on that, right? And some other things. And so they were talking about it confidentially behind the scenes, and WikiLeaks leaked it. What I'm getting to is, I have, like Alex Jones, except luckily, not as many people have called me crazy. Usually they say I'm wrong. Some say crazy straight up.
No one ever said that to me.
Well, I mean, for all the combat that I did, that's why they.
Everyone respects you, Michael.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. But oh, thank you though. I mean, I do care that you respect me. Thank you. But I don't care about the naysayers that are throwing the grenades. I pick them up, pull the pin, throw it back. Right. So I mean, it's like the bottom line is, why have I been so accurate over the years? It's because I physically go look for myself. I'm not now. Everybody's like, yeah, of course, Darien Gap. But as soon as Biden was installed, I immediately went there because I thought that would be the direction they come. Before Nord Stream was destroyed, I was actually in Germany at the BASF plant. I told you this before. I was at that plant twice. And on the second trip, why did I go to BASF plant out of all the let's say the chemical companies in the world? Why did I go to BASF at Ludwigshafen, Germany? I went there for a reason. First of all, Nord Stream is provided most of their feedstock for their natural gas for the Haber-Bosch process. In the Haber-Bosch process, you take the hydrogen off with the natural gas and you combine it with the nitrogen that we're breathing, and you make ammonia, like urea, ammonium sulfate, ammonium nitrate, nitrogenous fertilizers. And there's a lot of other derivatives as well. But you need that natural gas to create so much nitrogenous fertilizers. Now, you can make it other ways, but the best way to make it is natural gas. And that's the way most of it's made since 1914, when they started at Ludwigshafen, Germany, at the BASF plant. They call it the Haber-Bosch process because two German chemists, Fritz Haber and Carl Bosch, are the ones who brought it to market. Fritz Haber wrote a book on thermodynamics in about 1903, and he described how you could maybe do this process. He wasn't sure. And then in 1908, he made a little bit of ammonia, but it's very difficult to make. And then Carl Bosch came along and was like, hey, I can take this and make it big. And they did. And so they started there at Ludwigshafen in 1914, or they actually started producing it. And so that's right on the Rhine River, which is like the Mississippi for Europe, and which dumps out at Rotterdam, which is very important. But anyway, so I was with Misako Ganaha, the Japanese journalist, and we went there twice together. And she was right there beside me. And I said to the guy giving the tour, what happens if Nord Stream gets interrupted? And he blinked and he looked at me and he said, well, BASF is dead. And I said, because that's why I'm here. Because I think I didn't say that to him, but Masako knew why I was there, because I thought Nord Stream would be destroyed. How did I see that in advance? So then I went down to Groningen last March. So 1 year ago this month, I went to Groningen, Netherlands. I was down in Darien Gap, Panama, flew over to Groningen because somebody wanted me to go on a show. Dr. Jordan Peterson, he wanted me to go on a show in Netherlands. So I flew back over there to do that. And when I was there, I went over to Groningen gas fields. And that was last March. Keep in mind, sometimes I go from Panama to Netherlands because it's part of the larger matrix of things going on. So I flew over there. I went on Jordan Peterson's show with him and Ava Vlardingerbrook and all that. But I had gone to the Groningen gas fields. Groningen is the biggest gas field in Europe, right? And I was saying, I think I may have said this on the Jordan Peterson show. I'm not sure if I did or not. I know I said it to him, but anyway, it doesn't matter. But I was starting to publish. I think they're going to close Groningen gas fields. And again, people are like, oh, you're crazy. And it's Alex Jones talk. I was like, well, kind of got the Nord Stream thing right. And I got the Darien Gap thing right. And I got Iraq right. And I got Afghanistan right. And I got Hong Kong right. And I got Thailand right. And I got Japan right. You know what I mean? And it's because I go there and study hard 7 days a week, like Rain Man, right? And so now, guess what? Groningen is closed. It is closed. Just web search my name and Groningen, and you'll see I was saying I think they're going to close it. How did I get that right? How did I get Nord Stream right? Look, you see what's happening in Israel right now? Israel will be lucky to survive. They'll be very lucky to survive what's going on. And what's going on now has nothing to do with what happened on October 7th. That was clearly casus belli. That was clearly a false flag. I mean, it was so nakedly obvious, it's almost embarrassing. There's gas off of Gaza, and Gaza is right on the Indo-European corridor, right? Through Mumbai, UAE, Saudi, Jordan, Israel, Gaza, and Haifa, right? And up to Europe, right? A lot of the things that we're talking about have to do with corridors, bricks, all these things. There's all these different matrices of things that are going on. You look at Rotterdam. Why do I go to Netherlands so much? Why did I go to Nord Stream? Why did I go to BASF? Nord Stream. And let's talk about actually Rotterdam. Rotterdam is the biggest harbor in Europe. It's one of the top 10 in the world. The second largest harbor in Europe is Antwerp, just south of Rotterdam, but that one's in Belgium. Rotterdam's in Netherlands. You see, to control Rotterdam is a big deal, right? And to control the farming is a big deal. That's why I've been out with the Dutch farmers so much, and Germans and whatnot, right? And up in Groningen, because they're clearly trying to it's working to take out the Dutch and other farmers. And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has put hundreds of millions of dollars into this picnic food distribution facilities, 3 of which burned actually in Netherlands. And actually, Misako Ganaha and I went to one of them after it was still smoking. And 3 have actually maybe more. The 3 had burned the last time I looked. But anyway, the bottom line is that the globalists are clearly trying and working hard to take over the food distribution. They're clearly working hard to create famines as well. So they don't. obviously want to kill everybody on Earth, but they definitely want to reduce the numbers considerably, like in the billions, right? Not even in the millions. We're talking gigacide here. We're not talking, mere megacide. I mean, and famines can go quite serious. I mean, there's estimated that in China's Great Famine, it's a good book called, well, I mean, it's a good book. It's well written, called China's Great Famine. They estimate maybe 50 million were killed, 70 million. Nobody knows. I mean, it's just, I mean, how can you know? But the bottom line is some huge number of people, right? There's been famines are easy to create for people that are in a position to do it. And the globalists are in a good position to do it. Like, if I were going to create a famine, I would do things like start a war in Ukraine. I would cut Nord Stream. That's why I went to BASF twice before. I bought an iPad that I kept beside me, and all it did was keep the flow. There was a website you could watch the Nord Stream flows, and it would tell you how many cubic meters per second were flowing through. And I just watched it for months, and it would go up and down and whatever. And now, at one point, Russia had cut most of it off they were, having their economic squabbles. Let's say there's more than squabbles, but economic war. But it was still flowing, right? And I was just wondering if this thing's going to go to zero at some point. And boom, it went to zero. I'm like, I started calling people up. I said, hey, looks like the Nord Stream flows are reading out they've gone to zero, according to this website. Anyway, by the next day or so, you see all the footage of Nord Stream bubbling up. I'm like, well, they did it. I called Masako. I was like, they actually did it. Even though I suspected it was coming and spent several days to get the BASF those two times, not several days, like a week. Going to BASF and back and all that takes some time. But I really thought it was going to happen. But then when it happens, you're still a little surprised. Like the Darien Gap, I fully expected it was going to open. That's why I've spent so much time down there since Biden was installed. And now it's wide open. And they're opening it up even wider. And I think at some point they may start bypassing it. I'm unclear about that. They're still building infrastructure in there to send more people through the Darien Gap. But I'm getting some indicators in the last week or two. I think that and I've talked about this over time, that at some point they may actually start to bypass it. And I'm just getting a scent in the air from information in Panama that may come to pass. I'm unsure about that. But anyway, let me develop that more. It can take some time. But the bottom line is the actual flows to the United States, irregardless of which artery and capillary they're coming through, it's increasing. Bottom line. That's why right next to us here in Florida, we got the Bahamas. That's another launch point for people to get here. Again, China is taking Bahamas. And Americans don't seem to realize that. Chinese are coming in from the Bahamas onto Florida shores. They do it. We intercepted one in Darien Gap. He told us he got caught by the Coast Guard, U.S. Coast Guard. He got deported back to Bahamas, and they were deporting him, he said, to China. And what did he do? He was changing flights in Cuba, and then he was, connecting in Cuba. He said he changed his flight to Quito, Ecuador, right? Which is where most of the Chinese go who are going to go through the Darien Gap. So he went to Quito, then he got over to Nicocli, Colombia, and Cartagena, and then he came to the Darien Gap, and we intercepted him right when he left the jungle, right? And then he told his story for like an hour and a half. So anyway, he said he bought a boat from a Scotsman in Bahamas for $5,000. He was heading to Florida, ran out of gas, and he's like, uh-oh, things are pretty bad. He said he was with his father, and we met the guy he said was his father, and none of us believed it was his father. But in any case, he said the Coast Guard, he was actually, his English was perfect. If he had hit the beach in Florida, all he needed to do was get one block away from the beach, change his clothes, and you would never know that he had not been in the United States 20 years. His body language was mostly American. Hey man, what's up? What are you doing, dude? He's using all the lingo and all that stuff. Actually, it wasn't perfect, but it was good enough that you would think he had been around for a long time, right? He may have gone to their MSS, which is like their CIA, Ministry of State Security spy school at Luoyang, and I don't know. I have no idea. But they have where they teach you. I went to language school for German, but we did. If you're going to go to like a spy school, that's totally different. That's they have an American post office and American this and American that. So you actually can fit right in immediately, right? You could literally get one. If he landed on Jupiter Beach, as people are doing a lot now, or Vero Beach or whatever. Change your clothes 1 mile away, 5 minutes away from the beach. Who's going to say? He's going to say, "Hey, man, what are you doing checking my passport? I'm American. Leave me alone. What are you, racist? You coming after the Chinese all the time?" Blah, 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 you know. And what is somebody going to do? His English is perfect, right? And now, we found out a lot of information about him from back in China. Anyway, long story short, that guy's clearly some sort of operative. His name is Lushan Zhao, right? Lushan Zhao is his name, right? And we found out where he's from, where his address is, and blah 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 blah. Bottom line is, if that guy's not MSS or something along those lines, I would be quite surprised.
I mean, Michael, what are we going to do? How are we going to deport all of these migrants, these illegal aliens? What are we going to do? Do we have any hope?
We won't. We're going to go to war. I mean, the bottom line is if you sit here and do nothing, you're going to go to war, right? And if you start to try to deport them all, you're going to go to war, right? You're going to war. A war is coming, right? You're actually in it. Conditions are being set right now. A war doesn't just start like that. Conditions are set. People move their tanks or their assets or whatever to get all fueled up and ammunition pushed forward and, set up their logistics lines and communications and da 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 da. You get your troops in place first, set conditions with information. Of course, a good, strong enemy or friend will always do their information ground game. We have no border because their information game is so good. We have no border. It does not exist, right? This illusion that it exists for people that obey the law, right? It does not exist for people who do not obey the law. And the Border Patrol are really not doing anything. I mean, at all, except literally, actually, the Border Patrol are part of the problem. And I will support that statement. They're part of the problem because they're the ones loading them on the bus. They help them get their paperwork done. Once you've got the paperwork done, then you got your court date, which sometimes is like 10 years from now. They're never leaving. They're gone. They're out there making babies right now. And they're just fading into the woodwork. These are people that never heard of the Constitution and don't care about it. And they don't care about anybody here. And the information war is quite intense. I spent about a year in China, right? I was in Tibet and Beijing, Shanghai, a lot of places, like running around all over the place. And I also spent a lot of time in Hong Kong and of course Taiwan and just all that whole neighborhood too. I spent a year in Nepal, a year in India. You know what I mean? I spent like 18 years in Asia, right? So I mean, I've been all over that neighborhood, right? I can tell you, when Chinese, I've never seen somebody more racist than Han Chinese. Actually, I've seen people as racist as Han Chinese, but they didn't have the capability to do something as huge as they do, right? And actually, yeah, actually, some of them. I'll say this, and I know I'll get called a racist for it, but some of the most racist people I've seen on earth are actually Black Americans. I mean, that's just. I grew up in America, man. That's just what it is, and I've been all over this world. I spent at least 2/3 of my life downrange in about 100 countries. And Han Chinese, Black Americans, very, very racist. Of course, not everybody, but as taken as a blanket statement that would cover a lot of what we're seeing, yes. And that's why we're being divided against each other. I keep telling Black people when I get on shows that mostly Black folks, I'm like, listen, let me tell you what, I grew up with Black folks since I was a puppy. We were in the sandbox together and when I was in the Army, when I was in combat as a war correspondent, all the years, right? When my mother died, I was raised by a Black woman for a couple of years, right? I know a lot about it. You know what I mean? I know a lot
You're
more
not
about it than
racist.
I know a lot more about it than Obama ever will. I've
Yeah,
been to
you're
his
not
school.
racist.
I've been to his school over. I've been to his school over in Jakarta. That's a rich boy. You should see Obama's school in Jakarta. I've been there
Uh,
twice. I've been to his school twice. It's a rich boy school, and then he did the same thing in Hawaii, right? But he's a
mhm.
rich boy. He doesn't know anything about being Black. He's not even Black as the way he sells it. He's just got the skin swatch color, right? But anyway, he's just an information op himself. He's not
I
so
think he's
powerful.
CIA. I think Obama's
He's
CIA.
something. But the bottom line is what I'm getting to is I keep telling Black folks when I get on shows that listen, this is what they're doing. They're they're obviously making everybody hate white folks because they're going to do a genocide. It is coming, right? And against Jews as well, right? And it's coming. And when we have reached some critical mass that you've beat it down far enough, who's going to run this country? I know it's not popular to say that, but let's say the truth. Who will run the nuke plants? Chinese. Who will run any of this stuff? I mean, there's no other people that can do it except like Chinese or Russians. You know what I mean? It's not going to be some, 30 million black folks that keep everything going when the white folks are beat down or dead, right? And guess what? Let me make it crystal clear. I've been to China. They hate black people straight up, full bore hate. You should see the videos that they show over there. It's always black people beating up Chinese people. They're prepping the information battlefield. When they come over here, it's not going to be like, hey, I got my AR-15. I'm going to kill some of them Chinese folks. Nope. They're going to kill you with biological warfare. You'll never see them. They'll help cut off your food supply, poison your water. They got genetically, it's easy to genetically make weapons, that make weapons that are genetically targeted, right? I mean, this is not like anything you've ever seen. When people like me are out of the way, you're dead. You're dead. They will kill everybody in Africa. They don't need them, and they can get rid of them. The only ones they'll keep will be slaves. I'm telling you what's the truth. They can do it. Through space and time, there's been a lot of people that said, hey, we're going to rule the world, right? I mean, whether it's the Catholic Church or Muslims or whatever, but they can't quite do it because they all fight each other a lot, and for every other reason in the world. This idea, for instance, the Japanese were going to take over the world, right? This was information war back in the World War II. The Americans were so afraid. Those Japs are going to try to take over the world. I worked with Japanese 7 days a week, very closely, right? I spent a lot of time over there. I've written 3 books on Chinese information war that are only in Japanese language. They're not even in English. So I go back and I look at the things that I was taught as a child, and then I see more of what I can figure out what the truth is as best as I can figure out. This idea that the Japanese, as an example, we're going to take over the world. What? 70 million Japanese who are so introverted as a country. The things that they were doing in China and other places were mostly checks on if they didn't expand, they were going to get taken, and they knew it. Russia, United States, the Netherlands, of course, United Kingdom, all these people were coming into their neighborhood. As when we opened up Japan in about 1854, Commodore Matthew Perry came with the black ships, right? Huffing and puffing, we're going to open up Japan, right? And threatened Japan. And long story short, Japan ended up opening. Then we had the Civil War and got distracted for a while. And then we got back to Japan when that was all cleared up. And anyway, long story short, we actually had very good relations with Japan all the way up until the Democrat Roosevelts, who stole gold from Americans. Roosevelt made it illegal to own gold. They were going house to house, stealing people's gold. Our government was. They were taking it out of banks. They were going and getting bank registers, finding out who withdrew their gold, and going to their house and give us that gold. If you got caught with gold, you could go to prison, right? That was the Roosevelts. These are the same clowns that cut off Japanese oil. Japan was desperate to get us to help them fight the Russians. Japan hated communists. Now there's literally a lot of Japanese communists. You can't make up this stuff. Japan wanted us to help them fight the communists. The only reason they joined up with the trilateral, the only reason they joined up with Italy and Germany was because they had no place else to go. Go on to newspapers.com. And I'm giving you the easy research assignment. Look at the newspaper headlines in the years, say the last year leading up to World War II, with Japan, right? With that part of the war. Look at, you'll see headlines, Japan desperate to negotiate. Oil still cut off, because, of course, Canada and Australia and United Kingdom and Netherlands and United States cut off their oil and their tin and their rubber. And the Japanese are like, oh, what are we going to do? I mean, we want to make a relationship with the United States and the United Kingdom and whatnot, but they won't do it. I mean, they're cutting off. They want to go to war with us. This was literally, anyway. So the long story short, the Japanese are like, what are we going to do? I mean, we're going to run out of fuel. And when we run out of fuel, we're dead. I mean, we're not going to be able to fight. So they made the decision. Well, we're probably not going to win this war. Go for broke, as Japanese would. There's a famous movie on the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, the most decorated U.S. regiment in U.S. history. 442nd Regimental Combat Team. I'll say it again. The most decorated unit and in American history. And guess who they were? Do you know? They were Japanese. They were Japanese. Japanese joined the army, the U.S. Army, to go fight World War II on behalf of the United States. We put them in camps in the United States, like a couple 100,000 of them. There were people volunteering out of the camps. They joined the army. They joined the U.S. Army. They went off to Italy and fought like crazy. They got a memorial in Los Angeles. I've been to it numerous times. Every American should go look at that. We were saying that the Japanese were crazy and wanted to kill all the white folks. They joined our army, served with incredible distinction. They walked away with bucket loads of silver stars and medals of honor. Bronze stars were so high they couldn't swim in them. You know what I mean? It was like, this were serious people, serious Americans, right? It finally took somebody with the character of Ronald Reagan to apologize to him. Seriously. None of the other presidents had enough character to do it. He's like, what we did was wrong. And it was wrong. But the bottom line is the Japanese back in Japan also wanted to. There's one guy, Archie Miyamoto. I wish you could interview him. He's about 90 years old now. He's a friend of mine. He was actually in one of the concentration camps, right? He's Japanese. Well, he's American. His English is like ours is. And anyway, let me tell you about Archie. So Archie, there was two ships were doing a prisoner swap with you know what? I need to call up Archie. There was two ships doing a prisoner swap,
him.
but
I
can't call him now.
Okay.
But you can't really interview him because he can't hear much. So when I talk with him, I had to go to his house, talk to him last time. So when you talk with Archie, it's like, hey Archie, his brain functions at a very high level. Like when he writes me messages and stuff, you think you're talking to the smartest 50-year-old on planet Earth, but he's really like 90. But he can't hear you very well. Anyway, so listen about Archie. So Archie, he was a kid. He was in one of those concentration camps, right? That America put him in, right? So then we started doing this prisoner swap with people swap. It was a prisoner swap. We wanted some of our people back, and they wanted some of theirs back. So we sent two ships over. We sent Archie over. Archie was an American citizen. He was an American, right? It's like he was as American as I am. Probably more so, which is pretty hard to do. It's pretty hard to be more American than me. He's definitely at least on par, if not even high. Listen to them. Archie goes two ships, right? Two ships are going back, the Grisham and I'm sorry, I've forgotten their names. And we sank one of the ships. We literally accidentally, I guess, shut with our people on it. One of his friends was killed in that ship, but Archie's ship made it back to Japan. And Archie's like, he's in Japan. And he's an American, right? And our people had sent him over in a prisoner swap. So Archie's over in Japan. He's written about it. I helped him edit it. So Archie's over in Japan, and he's like, America's bombing it like crazy. And man, I need to go see Archie again. Listen, Archie was like, Archie, you won't believe him, man. He comes wheeling out of in his wheelchair. He's like, he just wants to fight still. He's like, so Archie comes out and anyway, so he's over, we're bombing Japan and stuff. And then he comes back to the United States. What does he do? He joins the army. So he joins the United States Army after we sent him over, like he's like a prisoner. He was a prisoner. We sent him over. He can't make it up. We sent him over in a prisoner swap. He was a prisoner, but he was anyway. So he gets back to the United States. Him and his brother, they'll join the army, right? So then he goes and does 2 tours in Korea, not 1, but 2. I don't know anybody that did 2 tours in Korea except Archie. You'll hear people did 5 tours in Vietnam or something like that, which is pretty intense, or even like 8 in Iraq or Afghanistan. But Archie did 2 tours in Iraq. Then not Iraq, Korea. Then he did a tour in Vietnam, got shot in the chest. I asked him, "Did you ever get shot, man? You were doing a lot of crazy stuff. I heard about you." And he goes, "Yeah, I got shot in the chest one time." He was flying a helicopter in Vietnam. He got shot in the chest, but his body armor stopped it and went through the windshield. He said it hurt. But he was okay. He landed, everything's fine. But anyway, so Archie ended up getting some disease, doing some gold mine out in New Mexico, some fungus. And anyway, it took him, he got healed from that. He ended up retiring from the army as a lieutenant colonel. And then he just was successful in business. And now he lives in Los Angeles. He's a serious man. And so, but think about that. So these are the guys we're like, yeah, these guys could sabotage America. And yet they end up coming. A lot of them joined the 442nd. Archie was too young for that. He couldn't join the 442nd, but a lot of them joined back in World War II. A lot of them joined the 442nd, and they took so many casualties there. I think the whole unit, most of it was, I mean, it was hot swapped. You know what I mean? It was unbelievable. Actually, anyway, what reminded me of that was when I said about going for broke. There's a movie called Go for Broke. And it's about the 442nd Regimental Combat Team. It's in black and white. Watch the movie; it's epic. And I asked I actually met or talked with some of the people that were involved with the 442nd, and they were like, "Yeah, that was the most serious." They were Japanese, and so anyway, but now the type of people that we're bringing over, guess what? They're not Japanese. I'll take 1 million more Japanese. I'll take 1 million Taiwanese. But do you think I want 1 million Somalis or 1 million Haitians? Sorry, I've been around this world too much. Some fish don't mix well in the same aquarium, bottom line. And it's good, like Haitians. You go to Colombia and the Colombians are like, oh, Haitians are so violent. When you got Colombians going, hey, those guys are violent. You go to Panama, they're like, oh, no, Haitians, right? You got to Mexico, talking with the Mexicans on the Mexican side. I've been there a lot. They're like, Haitians, you got to talk to anybody in Border Patrol about Haitians. And of course, caveat, I'm not saying all Haitians are like that. But what I am saying with clear words is it's a machete culture and they'll chop you to pieces, right? And a lot of them will, right? And, but interestingly, when I'm down in Darien and I've seen thousands of people come out of the jungle, dragging. Some of them are half dead. A lot of them they just die out there. But a lot of the rescue stories I've heard are about Haitians rescuing people. This is the weird part. I was talking with this one guy. He was Ecuadorian. Actually, he's Palestinian, but he lived in Ecuador many years. And he was chasing his wife up to, when Biden got installed, his wife, she sounded like maybe a mail order wife. I'm not sure. But he said she was from Cuba. So she met him in Ecuador, right? And when Biden got installed, she immediately made a go for the Darien Gap, right? And so she's going through, she took off without him, right? And he started following her up to through the Darien Gap. He's like, Michael, never marry a Cuban woman. He said that like 20 times. The Cuban, she left me. And so anyway, he's following her, trying to so on about the 5th day, I call him 22 days because this will be a 22-day ordeal. And I should call him up too. And so he's down in Ecuador now. And so I think it was about his 5th day. He was in the Darien Gap and he fell down this embankment and it was pretty far, he said, and it was muddy and he couldn't get back up. It was too steep and he couldn't get out. I mean, he was stuck between, there was these big rocks and he said, the blackbirds, the big black birds, they were flying above me. They were looking at me. They were landing in the tree looking at me. They wanted me. They want the blackbirds. And I said, the buzzards, the vultures, whatever those things are, right? He said, yes, they eat you. And I said, I was not going to let them eat me. And I said, were the mosquitoes bad? He said, yes. And he said, the mosquitoes were terrible. He said, I said, what'd you do? He said, I had some of my wife's perfume to remind me of her. So I put this on me to take the mosquitoes away. I said, did it work? He said, no, it made it worse. And I was like, oh man. He said, then so he fell on about the 5th day and he was stuck down there for like 5 days, 5 or 6 days, something like that. I have to look at my notes. But anyway, then the Haitians came and the Haitians came down and got him out. He said, the big black ones, the big black men, they came down and they took me he said, why do all the Latins leave me there? All the Latin people left me, but the big black ones came to get me. And I said, where are they from? He said, Haiti, those people. I said, man, they got a reputation for violence. He's like, yes, but they rescued me and they gave me food. And he's like, and they stayed with me for 2 days. He said the Haitians stayed with him for 2 days. They were helping him walk. They were, carrying him some. He was freaking strong, man. And they were giving him food. And he said, finally, I couldn't keep up with them. He said they prayed for me and they wished me luck and they left me. And he said, and he said, it was sad to see him go. And then he kept going, and now he's in about maybe day 16 or something. I'd have to look at my notes. But then he was having another problem, and these other more big black ones came, and they were from, I think, Congo. I think he said Congo, and they helped him, and they helped him also for 2 days, and gave him food for 2 days, and prayed for him, right? And then they left him, and then he's getting closer to getting out, and then some of the bandits came, raped the woman right in front of him, and shot and killed her baby, and then another Indian came and rescued him and took him on a piragua boat, and then he came to the village Bajo Chiquito, where I go all the time, and the Doctors Without Borders guy. I usually call Doctors Without Borders Doctors Without Morals, but some of them are quite good. Like this one doctor, he's a Colombian doctor. He told me about this guy, and anyway, so I talked with him at length at different times, and heard his story. But he's like, this guy was stuck in the jungle for like 3 weeks, and anyway. But what I'm getting to is, I've heard a lot of other stories besides that of people who are like, yeah, I had some problem, but the Haitians took me. They carried me. And when I see black people carrying people out of the jungle, Latin people and everybody else, it's usually Haitians. So there's one side of me, it's usually Haitians that are carrying them out, rescuing them. So there's one side where I'm like, hey, I don't want any of these people around. I see what they do. There's another side where they're like angels in the jungle, So, I mean, I don't know, make of it what you will. They got a good side to them. That's true.
I mean, what are we gonna do in the
We're
end?
being we're
It's
being
gonna be the
invaded. I mean,
militias. It's gonna be
a
the
lot.
retired military, the militias. Who's going to deport all of these illegals?
They won't be. They won't be. They'll be drafted or brought into the military. You can see that's clearly already the balls are in motion. They're going to be police forces. They're going to have access to the computers and all of our addresses and names, and the Chinese, of course, can feed all this out as much as anybody else, right? And all this information that they're collecting, from DJI drones and all this stuff finally mapped. I use DJI drones. I realize the danger is quite extreme. I mean, but at the same time, at some point, you're going to have to trash all that stuff, and be gone. I mean, but the end of the with the amount of information if you have a new car, your car knows where you live. Your car knows, right? You don't have to tell it. It figures it out, right? Everything in even if you live off grid, no power bills, zero anything at all, your car knows where you live if you're driving a car to your house, right? Even if you don't bring a phone, if you don't bring anything at all. So anything, what I'm getting is the depth of the information that's out there and against the target set, which will include you and me, obviously, and Ann Vandersteel, obviously. A lot of us will be specifically targeted, and then a lot of people just generally targeted, like basically they need to break the back of the United States, which means basically actually breaking the back of the people who run the infrastructure, the electrical grid, communications, and that sort of thing. And there's just not a critical mass of another group to do that, other than say Chinese, something along those lines. And the Chinese are clear about it, by the way. Again, I want to reiterate, I've written 3 books on Chinese information war that are only in Japanese. So if you don't speak Japanese, I don't even think about reading them. Well, unless you can do some AI stuff, but it'll be all garbled. But the bottom line is there is a war coming. Japan is also in severe danger. I worry about Japan quite a lot because they are good friends of the United States, or let's say nations don't become friends actually. But a lot of, Japanese and Americans, we have a warm relationship as we do with Thailand, but Japan's going to join BRICS, right? Probably. I mean, I can't say anything with certainty, but let's just say I would put my money on it. And why? I mean, Japan, they don't really have much energy. other than what they get. They're almost completely dependent on outside energy, right? Food. Japan imports about 90% of its food. Think about that. They could be instantly put into famine. Just cut off their naval shipping, right? I was up in some farms in northern Japan last year, talking with farmers and whatnot. Most of the farmers are like in their 70s now. They're not even in their 50s. We were out at one farmer's house. He was a bear hunter because Masako and I were studying famine. We were in, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the name of the town, but it was somewhere in northern Japan. And it's a town where they had severe famine. They actually have famine menus in some of the restaurants, like famine theme, because the place is actually, there's been a lot of famines in Japan. A lot of people don't realize that, like a huge amount, hundreds. But like Masako found in old archives mention of 503 famines in about the last 1500 years. That's one every 3 years, right? Not that all of Japan would be in famine, but islands here and there and whatnot, and parts of Honshu or whatever. But so we were up. We were studying famine in Japan as we've done in other places. And so we were in this restaurant and I said, please ask the waitress if she knows a bear hunter. And Masako's like, oh, it's embarrassing, nobody's gonna know a bear hunter. I'm like, oh, please just ask her. So Masako asked her, and the waitress is like, oh yeah, the best bear hunter in the prefecture is my neighbor. You couldn't believe it. So like the next day, I think it was, we were at his house, right? So we go to this bear hunter's house in northern Japan. This is last year, right? Yeah, last year. So we were up at his house, and it's a big farmhouse and stuff. And we wanted to ask him about farming, but also wanted to ask him about bear hunting. And he had a baby bear in a cage. I said, "Where'd you get a baby bear at?" And he goes, "I found it in the woods. It didn't have a mother." And I said, "So you just like grabbed it?" He's like, "Yeah. I mean, what's it gonna do?" And so he took it, and so he had it in his. And then he had a big eagle, and it's like, and so I said, "Do you ever let the bear in the house?" He's like, "Oh no, destroy the house." And that's it's still young, and anyway, so we're in his house. He had 4 freezers of bear meat, pig meat, deer meat, right? And he had like 5 rifles and a shotgun. People think Japanese can't own guns. I assure you they can. And so and anyway, and I said I wanted to ask him about farming. He said, "Oh, the young people don't want to farm anymore. They all want to go off and live in Kyoto or someplace, and they don't want to farm." And Anyway, so he's living out there. You can see he's quite happy. His wife was kept making his green matcha and matcha, not green tea, but matcha. And Masako and I love matcha. They're making that, and we talked all day long. And you could see he and his wife were very happy. You could just tell by being around them. But you go down to Tokyo, and Chuck Holton was with us there, and he wanted to interview this guy. Actually, Masako just messaged right now. Let's say, "Hey, we're talking about you in an interview." She's in Japan. So,
We'll bring her
and so,
on.
yeah, you should get her on. She's unbelievable. And she's the one that tracked down Klaus Schwab. You see the Japanese reporter that tracked down Klaus Schwab, and he was like, dissing her, and it went totally viral. Millions of people saw it. That was Masako. And so Masako and I, we were in Japan, and we were with Chuck Holton, and Chuck and Masako wanted to interview this guy who married a plastic doll. I was like, "Oh, come on, man." You know what I mean? I don't want to. We got a famine coming, but anyway, I wanted to go with them because they both do have good judgment on stuff like that. Like Masako has taken me off on some things I thought would be crazy wild goose chase interviews, and they've all turned out good actually. So I've learned I'll just shut my mouth and follow her. It's like, and like, and so we're in this guy's apartment in Tokyo, and he had married this plastic doll as an anime thing. And I was like, wow, this is unbelievable. And we go into his little tiny apartment. It's like a submarine apartment, how they can be. And I'm like, man, his bathroom had enough toilet paper for Armageddon. But I looked in his fridge while Masako and Chuck were talking. The entirety of his food would fit in my hands right here. I mean, it was enough for maybe one day. And this guy he weighed about $1, and he had, I don't know, let's say 5% body fat. He was thin as a rail. I'm like, man, as soon as the lights turn out, he's going to turn right into a cannibal. You know what I mean? You start, I don't know if he'll do that, but this, especially when you start to metabolize your actual muscle at a high rate, not just your fat, people get what one Russian doctor, I was studying famine, he calls it wolf hunger. Once you get to that level, when you're metabolizing mostly your muscle, it's like you just will. I mean, that's when you're eating tree bark and leather, and every famine book I've read, people go for the tree bark and the leather and the mud and all that sort of stuff. And I mean, like digging mud with shovels. You know what I mean? And and I'm just thinking, there's guys like him all over the place. He has no resiliency at all, zero. If the lights go out, he's done. I mean, that guy within a week, he'll be, clinically insane, or not insane, but he'll be eating whatever he can get his hands on, you know. And there's millions of people like that, that they just live in the cubicle world. And actually, weirdly, he seemed like a nice guy. I mean, I was like, this is another victim of information war, you know? And I mean, we allow people, foreign countries and others, to come in and feed this information war into the brains of young people, including us, because we came through it as well. We were born into information wars. By the time we can't step foot on Earth, by the time our grandparents stepped foot on Earth, they were also born into information wars. It's just now it's incredibly intense, and it's much more. I mean, they know how to do information war at industrial strength long before our grandparents were born. You know what I mean? It's not like this is something new. It's just that now we've got all the phones and all these other things, and they can micro target. And actually, I was talking about this the other day with Mel K. You know Mel K? We were
Mhm.
talking about it the other day for hours. She's really smart. And so we were talking about it for hours. And she said, I think they were better back then, right? She's like, I think they were better. And I was like, I was thinking the same actually. They could get, hundreds of millions of people all marching in the same direction. And all they had to do it with was like radios and posters and speeches and stuff. You know what I mean? And they could flat out do it, in the motion picture at some point, right? Of course, that was around. When did they start motion pictures? In 1900s or 1890? I
Yeah,
don't remember. But it,
1920s.
but it was really big by the 1920s, wasn't it? So in
Yeah.
any case, actually, one of the original bloggers was what's his name? Oh, good lord, the guy that used to make those movies in the 1930s, Charlie Chaplin, right? Charlie
Yes.
Chaplin.
He got in
He
a
was
lot of trouble.
Yeah, he was Jewish, right? Was he Jewish? The reason I asked that is because one of my friends is, I call him the JBS. When you see somebody, one time we were in Tokyo, I call him the Jew behind the scenes. If you see on my Twitter JBS posting, that's him. So we were in Tokyo one time like 10 years ago, and he's smoking a cigar and he's drinking actually a whiskey. It's a dimly lit bar, and the smoke's going up. I looked at him. I said, "You really are the Jew behind the scenes," because we were plotting an attack on somebody, which we were, I mean, it's successful actually. We just can't get enough of going after communists and Chinese communists, right? So we were in Tokyo doing something, and I said, "You really are the Jew behind the scenes." So ever since that time, like, say he's the only other person that can post on my Twitter. And he'll do it under JBS. That's why I tell my readers, like I'm saying now, if you see JBS, that's the Jew behind the scenes. I remember maybe 10 years ago, he was telling me about Charlie Chaplin, and we started to study that a bit. I think he was Jewish. Anyway, here's the bottom line. Charlie Chaplin was like the original blogger, right? I mean, because this is interesting. I wrote a long article, dispatch, let's say, called "Man in the High Castle." Right? That was actually inspired by the Jew behind the scenes. It was actually he was like, what? This is what you need to write an article on this. And I said, hold on, let me study it. You know how I am. It's a slow cook. It could take me weeks or months or a year to study it before I even make up my mind, unless it's really important. Then I'll do it in minutes. But if it's like Godzilla's attacking, we're not going to wait. But so I studied it up for some months, but it was how the Nazis in World War II, they basically controlled Hollywood, right? Because Germany, think about this in context of today. Germany was the second largest market for Hollywood movies. So imagine the power that they could exert in Hollywood. So they had an office in Washington and one in Hollywood. I think they had one in New York, as I recall. It's been about 10 years since I wrote that article. But anyway, um, and they would pre-screen the movies. And if there's anything in there anti-Nazi, they're like, well, it won't, not only will this film not show in Germany, their second biggest market. And you know how this goes, because if your competitors will and you won't, they're going to end up buying you out eventually or just putting you out of business. I mean, because they're going to have bigger budgets to do films that you can't do. They're going to make more money. So you're in this competition, right? And so they were, dictating what Hollywood would do back in the 30s, right? And so that's when Charlie Chaplin was like doing his films, like, making fun of Hitler and stuff and all that, and it was making the Nazis crazy because, Charlie Chaplin was then getting fame. You remember the films he would do? He would mock them with he would put his two fingers and just totally mocking. And Hitler couldn't take that stuff. It was driving him nuts. And so, but he was like the original blogger,
But he
I
made
mean,
the movie The Dictator, which is an incredible movie.
I should watch it again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And
really
so,
powerful.
yeah. And so, but the bottom line is now China's doing that. If it won't air in Beijing, it won't be made here, right? Think about the power of that, and we allow that to happen instead of aggressively saying no. And if you get caught, we'll close you down, right? I mean, because here's the thing. This is the thing that many, many people have thought about. How do you balance freedom with not getting killed, right? You know what I mean? And obviously, we've all thought about it a lot. Young people often come up and they'll be like, well, you're talking about taking away our freedom. I'm like, trust me, when I was 14, I was thinking the same stuff, right? It's not like you just thought it up and we all missed it all this time. You know what I mean? We've been thinking about it. Our grandparents thought about it back in the 1700s when all in the Constitution, the brilliant document, when all these things were written, they were smarter than we are. They got it, right? It's not like you were just born and came out and hatched and were total hatched into brilliance. You know what I mean? We get it. There is a problem with how do we do this? Like when I was in Poland, I lived there for a couple of years. I read their whole commercial code. Let me tell you how thick it was. It was like this thick. When, after the communists were kicked out, I went over there to start a business in Poland, right? And so they were transitioning from communism over to an open market, right? And so I was like, well, let me learn as much of their law as I can. And I read it. It was called like the Handlovi Plotnicna or something. I can't remember. And anyway, it was like the handbook of something of law. I've forgotten the word for law. I'm sorry. But anyway, and so I read the whole thing several times, but it was tiny. But one of the parts in that book, the Handlovi, whatever it was, well, anyway, it doesn't matter. But the book was it talked about nobody was allowed to own the port. Foreigners could not own the ports, couldn't own the airports, couldn't own newspapers, radio, no media. Right? And I was like, well, that's smart, especially because communism. Here's the thing. Communism was formed out of information war because no intelligent person would become communist, really, especially after you've seen it. When I grew up, going to church in Winter Haven, Florida, and they would talk about communists, I was like, man, they're exaggerating again. The next thing you know, it wasn't too many years later, I was off in these communist countries like East Germany, when it was still East Germany. I was like, whoa. I went Poland when it was still communist, and Romania. Oh, that was nasty. And quite a lot of others. I went back to Winter Haven, Florida. I was like, I'm going to give you a little update here. It's worse. It's worse. You made it sound really bad, but let me tell you what. I went from fashionably anti-communist to wildly anti-communist, right? And I've been fighting them ever since. I mean, if it takes more than one day in a legit communist country to become anti-communist, you got to be high like Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just like because I mean, you leave, for instance, West Germany, where I was stationed, and I lived in West Germany for 4 years, but I was stationed there when I was in the army, and then I lived there after. And so when you go from West Germany to East Germany, keep in mind, those are Germans. That's like a petri dish experiment, right? Like here we got this line, and this side is Germans. This side of the petri dish is Germans, and this side of the petri dish is Germans, and this side is communist, and this one is not, right? And this side, everybody wants to go on vacation to and live to and be stationed in. I loved South Germany when I was there, right? And I go over to East Germany. I'm like, how can you make the same people like this? I mean, they were sour. They weren't happy. You won't go to a communist country and see people smiling. No sirree, Bob. I've been to a lot of them. They were all dour and all this. I go back to West Germany. I'm like, Germans can smile. I mean, they don't smile as much as Southerners do, like me, but or certainly not as much as Thai people do. But they were a lot happier than the East Germans. You know what I mean? And it's just like a petri dish experiment. Likewise with the Polish. You go to Poland, and I lived there for 2 years, right? You look at the Polish in America, super successful. They've done very well. I was just talking with a Polish attorney the other day, actually, in Florida here, actually, anyway, you can see she's actually done very well in America, and as the Polish do. But then you go back over there. Well, now it's not the way it was, but I'm referring to the time frame, and it was just not a nice place to live. I always liked the Polish people, though. Even when I'm not Polish, I'm Scots Irish, man. We're the ones that, the reason. That's why every time, like every time the Germans and the English start harping on me about guns and stuff, you know what I do? Let me tell you what I do. Every time I meet a German and an Englishman, I'll tell you what I do. I told you this before, didn't I? I take a piece of paper and I write down. I put it in my pocket. And they always bring up within like 30 minutes, usually, if they're English, and I love the English, I was in war, Iraq and Afghanistan with a lot of those Englanders, and but but they always want to come and take your guns, and the Germans, and so they'll bring it up, because they want to know your feelings about guns, because they want to know how many IQ points they should assign to you. They already look at you as less than them, because you're not, European. So, and then the English will get upset by calling them Europeans. But anyway, they'll bring up the guns, and I'll be like, as I told you before, you were going to ask me about guns, and they're always shocked, and I'm like, sorry, you're like 1,222nd German or Englander who said that to me. You know what I mean? You can't, you are slaves. It is your habit to disarm yourself. It is your habit to lay prostrate in front of your king or whatever. It's like, you're good people. I love you. Stay over there. Right. It's like, come on over on vacation. Welcome over. But I'm Scots Irish, right? One of the reasons we have the First Amendment and the Second Amendment in there was because people of my species, I was in Iraq with the Royal Green Jackets, right? They were that's a British second rifles. I think 2 rifles. I think it was, or may have been 4 rifles. I think 2 rifles, right? And so I was with them in Afghanistan as well. I was with 2 rifles and 4 rifles. But anyway, one of them is the Royal Green Jackets. And they kept telling me, like, hey, we were the Royal Green Jackets, were the ones who fought in the we fought in the Revolutionary War in America. And I'm like, that's good. Because I had, 2 grandfathers at least who were colonels, or one was a colonel in the on our side. And one of them was a colonel in North Carolina. But in the Royal Green Jackets in North Carolina, I hope my grandfather put a ball in your grandfather's chest. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oh, that's behind us now. It's like, but I mean, the thing is, we were the ones that wanted that independence and freedom. But a lot of people just love to surrender their freedom. They're just like, here, let me give you some freedom. It's like, here, oh yeah, check my trunk. I don't care. Go ahead. If I was doing something wrong, why would I hide it? You know what I mean? It's just like, you can't make up this stuff. You remember, when you're like, 12 years old and they're telling you in school, the reason why they're not allowed to do that is because, it's your rights not to, right? And you're told that, one time I was telling Ann Vandersteel and her husband this yesterday. And one time when I was in the Army, right, I was arrested for killing somebody in a fist fight, right? And I went to jail, so I'm in jail, right? And so I was in special forces at the time. Actually, he attacked me. He had attacked other people, right? And actually, you can find that story in my book, Danger Close. But unfortunately, now when I published that book in the 1990s, there was only one book named Danger Close. That was mine. Now there's more than 20 books and movies and stuff. Everybody's stealing the name Danger Close. Anyway, whatever. So I'm in jail, right? And I'm handcuffed and all that to a chair because this is like the first night. And I said to them, they wanted to start asking questions and read me my rights and all that. And I was like, I told him my name and that I was in special forces from Fort Bragg, and that's it. And I said, I really want to talk with you. I really did want to talk with him. But I said, but when I was in 8th grade, my civics teacher, Mr. Simon, told me never to talk to the police if you're arrested. It doesn't matter how innocent you are. That's completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you were 10 states away. It doesn't matter if you're on the dark side of the moon. Do not talk with the police. It's not because they're bad people, it's anything like that. Just go shh, and don't talk to them, right? And wait till you have an attorney, right? So it's interesting because when I was arrested facing 15 years in prison, at that point I didn't know how long I was facing in prison because the charges hadn't been filed yet or anything. But in any case, and I said to him, they probably thought I was just because I'm some, tough Green Beret or something. That's why I'm not talking. And I was like, actually, I want to talk, but my civics teacher, Mr. Simon, said I should. And he said this one, Lieutenant Bokinski, he was the main investigator. I found out later. He said they talked about that for years because when I wrote the book, Danger Close, I asked people in that police department, Ocean City, Maryland, to read the manuscript because I tried to make it as accurate and precise as possible, which is kind of hard to do because things happen in the heat of the moment, as you can imagine, right? And it was a pretty hectic time, police chase and the whole works, right? And so, the next thing you know, well, he actually gave me a blurb that said the Danger Close is absolutely accurate or something like that. Anyway, it was a very nice blurb. And so the police, he was the chief guy in charge of getting me put in prison. He said my book was absolutely accurate. Anyway, but he said for years they talked about me, this guy that had just been in this pretty serious fight and the guy died. He said that it was just shocking to everybody that you weren't talking because of your 8th grade civics teacher. Because I talked with him on the phone about that. I think he lives in Colorado now. I talked with him on the phone about that when I was writing the book. And I was like, yeah, Mr. Simon. And I said, Mr. Simon, he was one of my favorite teachers. He taught civics. He was a really good teacher. And I just remember one day he got all upset. And he was like, because normally Mr. Simon was not like that. He was just like, everybody wanted to listen to him because he was so interesting, right? And one day he had this generator in class and he had wires attached to nails, right? So if you hold both nails and he cranks it, and he got the whole class to line up and hold, somebody on one end, and everybody's holding hands. And the competition was to see who could be last, right? Holding the thing, and so in the beginning he had to crank it really fast, and finally somebody broke off. I'm dying, then when you have fewer and fewer people, it's more and more shock, right? He was teaching us, hey, that's supposed to be in science class, but anyway, anyway, I was the last one holding it, and I was like, okay, that's enough. But Mr. Simon, I loved him. Everybody loved Mr. Simon. But when he said that day in class, he's like, if you're ever arrested by police, I don't care where you are, you don't say anything, nothing at all. Don't say they're not bad people. The police are good people. They're there to do a job, but it's not. It's just don't talk. And I just remembered that always because he was so emotional about it. You know what I mean? And normally he was more just happy-go-lucky and not happy-go-lucky, but he was a serious teacher. But you know what I mean? But that time he was really like semi-angry. I was like, Mr. Simon must have gone to prison one time. You know what I mean? I was like, we're being taught by a convict. It's like, but I have no idea. But anyway, But I always remembered that. So when that happened, anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but the
I
bottom
mean,
line is
yeah.
you got to stick by your constitutional rights is what I was going to with that, right? And so
Where
I
where
didn't.
are you personally going to go when the shit hits the fan? Where are you going to be?
Probably the front lines. I mean, the bottom line is, I mean, it's we are everybody's in the front lines. I mean, in reality, because this isn't a frontline type war, although it could become so because it's clear that China, listen, there's a port that owned by the Chinese, a big, very big container port closer to. I'm in Florida. It's closer to me now than Key West is, right? I mean, it's like right there. You know what I mean? It's like, so think about that. They could literally launch missiles from that container port that would strike Florida in minutes. You wouldn't even know they were launched. I mean, the military would see that they're launched and go, "Hey, sir, a missile's launched. Oh boy, I guess I won't be finishing this coffee." Nope, you won't, because they'll be there in a couple minutes. You know, a few minutes, and you know, and they're surrounding us like this. Not to mention San Francisco. Misako and I were up in San Francisco a couple times, and I was saying to her, you know, this is what they plan to make their capital for North America, the Chinese.
Whoa.
Yeah, and I took her there. We were there. We went to Chinatown and different things. I was like, and noticed that she came later, and they cleaned up the streets. And he was there with Governor Trader, right? And I mean, it's obvious what they're doing, and all these traders, like these guys, you know what they call them in the Jews in World War II who did that? Judenrats, right? Judenrats. That's what the other Jews called them, right? And it's like that with a lot of these people, like Biden and so many. They're just rats. I mean, they're straight up traitors. Abbott in Texas, Governor Abbott, he's a rat. You know, the governor of California, the governor of New York, the governor of Massachusetts. I mean, it's like infested with rats. Yeah.
It's any day now. It's just gonna spark and crack. I can just imagine watching you and Ann Vandersteel on the shores of Florida filming the invasion from Haiti. When's that gonna happen?
I don't know. Laura Loomer sent something earlier. Let me see if she found any tonight because I think she was going down. Let me see.
I mean,
Hey,
that would be.
are you on the
I'm
beach? I'm
wait,
asking her right now. You
yeah.
on the beach?
I'm waiting
I'm
for
asking.
you, Laura Loomer, and Vandersteel to all be there on the front line in Florida when the Haitians start landing.
Yeah. They've been landing for years, by the way. I mean, but now I mean, they're set. The conditions are set for them to land in mass, Camp of the Saints style. You see the people going after me because I keep saying Camp of the Saints. Oh, that's a right wing, blah, blah, blah. Whatever, man. Get lost. You know, these high testosterone men coming to the Darien Gap, those are usually this AI crap again.
Whoa.
You know, these high testosterone men coming through the Darien Gap and up on these beaches in Florida and other places, those are the type of men I spend most of my time with, right? In the wars or downrange or wherever, right? And I assure all these dopa males that are just so busy, like, oh no, Michael said there's cannibals in Congo, right? And I did, and guess what? There are. And the bottom line is, even the United Nations got involved in that because they were hunting down pygmies and eating the pygmies because they think the pygmies have magical powers. Can you imagine a pygmy running from giant people trying to eat them? You know, running with those little legs through the jungle. The United Nations had to come down there and get involved. I don't know what happened with that, but anyway, there is a
They're
lot of
coming to
cannibalism
the States.
still in the
Yeah,
world. There
yeah,
is a
they're
lot
coming.
of cannibalism still in the world, right?
Yeah.
That is that. Keep in mind, a lot of these children who write these articles that you can see by the way that they write, like that talking points memo thing people keep sending me. I mean, the guy that wrote it, just look at it. It's like a jumble of words. It's like he threw a bunch of words in a bag and shook them up like popcorn and threw them on the page. You know, it's like, here, you guys sort them out. Yeah. I mean, let's see. What kind of state would your brain be in? You know, when you just shake up some words and throw them on the page and just, you know, hope we can sort them out for you. You know what I mean? He just throws out, you know, the cannibalism and all this crap, you know, and the bottom line is it's true. It is absolutely true. I've been saying that about Haiti too. There is a lot more cannibalism goes on than people imagine. I tracked down cannibals in India years ago. I was doing a break from the. I told Ann Vandersteel and John about it and others recently. It was epic. I mean, I mean, epic insofar as the research that I did. This was before the wars and stuff. I was, taking a break from other. I've always been working like this in one capacity or another, but most people never saw it until I went to Iraq. That was when I became kind of, let's say famous, right? Was Iraq. But before that, I remember this lady at National Public Radio, and she was very upset. I think she wanted to date me or some crap. But anyway, and she was left wing, But anyway, she took me
Yeah.
in. Anyway, but she was upset because I was like, not giving her the responses that she wanted. But I was in the middle of a war, right? I'd met her back in Washington and gone to their studio. But the bottom line is at one point she's like, you don't quite know how to handle this because you're, suddenly famous. And I'm like, you know what? Actually, I've been doing this all my life. It's just that now you just noticed what I'm doing, right? And all this war stuff that you're seeing now, I've been doing stuff like this for a long time. It's just now Bruce Willis noticed and wants to make that movie about me and all that crap, right? So I mean, it's just that was all along the way. And what I'm getting to is I'm out there with these sorts of people all over the world, and they are deadly serious. And I know that some fish don't mix well in the same aquarium. I know it. There are like Swedish fish that get eaten by the other fish, right? And Sweden is now being destroyed, right? And it's happening to New York City right now. It's happening. New York City is being destroyed, and yet a team of New York Times reporters came down to the Darien and tracking down Laura Loomer and the rest of us down there. And they're about to do their hit piece. They're going to come out with it soon. You can't make up this stuff. I was talking with the reporter yesterday, Ken Benzinger. Like, why are you focusing on this stuff, when we're kind of getting invaded? You know what I mean? Do you get it? Apparently not. You know what I mean? Do you get it that you literally will be lucky to survive? You know, and I mean that without one smidgen of hyperbole. I mean, straight up, I've seen a lot of war in a lot of places, and I know what I'm seeing. How a doctor that's an oncologist who's treated cancer all of his or her life can just walk into a room and smell it, and look at the patient and say probably has cancer, right? A dog can walk up and some dogs can sniff it, right? Um, some new doctor got to do all the tests and stuff. You're still going to have to do all the tests, for every reason, like money, but also, to liability and just to figure out where everything's at so they can do their job. But I've gotten to that point. I've been doing this for so long in so many countries, for so many years that I know what I'm looking for. I know the feel in the room, right? And it's very clear that the United States, that's why I returned to the United States in late 2020. I'd been in Hong Kong most of 2019. I got kicked out in 2020. Then there's the lockdown. So I just read books for about, I don't know, 7 months and read a lot of books. I love that. I hope there's another real pandemic so I can read a lot more books. So, I'm just looking at the bright side. Every mushroom cloud has a silver lining, right? But the bottom line is it's coming. I returned to the United States in late 2020. I went straight to Portland because I wanted to see those Antifa clowns, right? And so I stayed there for quite a bit, several weeks. I was out with them while they were doing their thing, and they were fighting and throwing bricks around and all that crap. Cops are doing the tear gas, and anyway. And then I went and saw them in Pittsburgh, and I saw them in Washington D.C., and I saw them in Atlanta, and I don't know other
They
places.
follow me in DC. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. And it's interesting because now on the New York Times article, the what's his name, Benzinger was asking me yesterday, "Oh, you were at January 6th." They're trying to make it look like I was some, right-wing radical. I was like, actually, I've been doing this around the world for years. I am a war correspondent, right? I was actually at a similar situation in Ledco, but I didn't go inside January 6th. I wanted to because I was like, as a war correspondent, I should go inside. And actually, I felt bad about not doing it. But I was like, no, something's wrong here. This doesn't feel right. You know,
I mean,
it
they're
feels
arresting
like,
everyone. Thank God you didn't go inside.
yeah. Actually, they're arresting people that were just outside too, which is
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's what New York Times and the rest are setting me up for being arrested, is what I'm guessing. And
Yes.
and so anyway, I mean, this is what the country has come to. They're trying to destroy everybody who cares about the country, and the information war is quite intense, right? And so, you know, they're trying to set me up as a racist and all these sorts of things, whatever. And but at the end of the day, the United States is going to go into war. You can see it. That's why I returned in 2020, and I've been watching it ever since. And a lot of the people that think that they'll come through this fine, the useful idiots, they haven't been in a real war. Once they get into a real war, they're going to find out this shit is not fun. It's not fun, and it's not funny, right? And it's full contact, and you know, when you go to sleep at night, you might not wake up, you know, and things will get very intense. And it'll be, for those who survive, it'll be life changing. But it's also clear that whatever's left after this will not be the America that went into it, because we have Chinese all around us coming inside every day. That obviously will target me immediately. And all people like us that fight back against Chinese Communist Party, like Ann, like you, like Alex Jones, like everybody who fights China, they're going to go after, right? And so it's a multiplayer game. It's not like there's just you know, just Chinese, or just Hezbollah, or just Hamas, or just, you know, communist this or that. It's a multiplayer. Often when I go into wars that I've been into, often when you go in, it's hard to figure out who's doing what. I mean, it's not, Americans tend to have this idea that it's like a football game. There's two sides, you know, and then there's timeouts and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But that's not how most wars actually go. And most wars are not army against army. Some are, but most wars are people against people, right? In other words, it'll be their genes basically against your genes. That's why when you'll see genocides are actually very common. They're very common, right? And unfortunately, it's like a natural form of war, right? Look at when I was in Tibet, you know, the Han Chinese running out the Tibetans. That's genocide, right? And they did it mostly with demographic replacement. They did a lot of kinetics, killed a lot of people, put a lot in prison, and created that human osmotic pressure to push them out, and then they just replacing them. Now, so they did the same in Hong Kong, just not very many deaths, but they did it slowly with information war and mostly demographic replacement, right? And so as the Han Chinese started replacing Cantonese speaking Hong Kongers, and as professors and teachers and policemen and politicians, and basically taking over the cockpit, when it came time for the final spasms, the world turned their back on them. I mean, Germany was selling water cannons to the Hong Kong police. I was there. They sold them at least four. I sold them. I mean, I saw them. They sold them, and I saw them. There was ammunition for the tear gas and whatnot coming from Florida, and the rubber bullets from Florida, right? And I told all the Hong Kongers, photograph all those munitions with very high resolution, all sides of it, and the bottom and everything, and publish it. So they stopped getting the ammunition from Florida. You know, I photographed some of those munitions myself because I was out there in the fighting for 7 months, right? And you know, then I came back to the United States, and then everybody's like, "Oh, he's a right wing radical." Like somebody was the other day was saying, "You were wearing a helmet on January 6th." I'm like, "What are you, a fool?" Of course I was. I wear a helmet every time I go into something like that. I wear a helmet when I've worn helmets so much around this world. You're crazy if you go into a protest like that and you don't you're not wearing a helmet. You know, as if you're coming there. But you know, nobody was carrying rifles. Nobody was carrying guns. You know, long story short, justice no longer matters to them, and they're eroding the same freedoms that will cause them to be destroyed.
Do
Because
you
like
think
these,
do you think we're going to get to an election in November? Do you think we'll have an election in
what do you
November?
think? What do you
I
think?
I think we're on the verge of World War III, and I don't want to be
Yeah.
an Christmas, but I have people calling me every day and telling me that, it's time to evacuate and go to farms. It's time to go to the mountains to
Yeah.
farm mountains. I mean, I'm a Beverly Hills girl. Okay, I wear 5-inch heels. This is not going to be normal for me. Me and Ann Vandersteel, I mean, she can handle it a little bit more than me, but I mean, I have a bug out backpack now. I have with me 24/7 a $5,000 backpack. Thank you to Satellite 123 and prep123.com. Thank you so much to Tina. I have this. I'm ready to put this
Oh,
on my back and walk.
sat123.com is awesome.
Yes.
They have helped with a Starlink down in Darien and other gear like that. They've been awesome. Satellite phones, I don't have any sponsors actually, except for mostly small donors, and which has been the way it's been for years. That's why I can just say all these things, right? Because nobody can really cut me off. I mean, they can. I mean, they can cut your banks off and stuff. It probably will happen. Actually, Coinbase stole my account. Coinbase is, yeah, they took my. Now people immediately say, well, why'd you keep it in Coinbase? Blah blah blah. And they'll start giving you the lecture. It's not even money. It's like, we get it. But people donated a little bit of Bitcoin over the years, and I just kept them because it wasn't much. You know what I mean? It's very. I mean, but Coinbase took it. They won't give it back, right? They keep saying they're investigating it. I'm like, bullshit. It's been months. It's been what? I don't know, 5 months or something, 4 months. I don't know. It's been a long. I'd say at least four, and they're always like, oh, now you have to write a letter. You have to send us your utility bill. Yeah, it's like you know who I am. And then they're asking you, what will you spend the money on? What businesses of yours? What will you, what? You know what I mean? Who are these clowns? If you got Coinbase, get off. I mean, that's all I can say. Customer service at best sucks.
It's
And they stole my
Satellite
account.
123. It's time prep123.com.
Yeah, but yeah,
Satellite123.com,
Satellite 123 is
prep123.com.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're great. They're great. Yeah.
Satellite123.com, prep123.com. I never sell anything, but this group is incredible. If I'm going to walk around with a $5,000 backpack just in case the shit hits the fan, that's really serious, Michael.
How
How
does a
many
backpack become $5,000? It got like a jet pack in it or something,
I
or
have
what?
satellite phone in it. I have everything. I can put this on my back and walk.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Does that have food in
satellite
there?
one, two,
Have a
three. I mean,
oh.
I don't need food. Thank God I'm a little heavy. I could last about 30 days, so I don't need that
Hmm.
much food. But I mean, I could just walk, and I have navigated how to get out of
Yeah,
DC, where to walk. I have it all navigated. I'm gonna go to
yeah.
Missouri probably. I'm gonna go to West Virginia and then Missouri and then probably Idaho.
It's gonna get interesting.
Satellite123.com is the
Yep,
key.
they are. They've got all kinds of stuff. What do they have? They have Garmin's, InReaches, and those sorts of things, and satellite phones. And the main thing that was important to me was the Starlink, because often where I'm at down in the jungle, we don't have. It's kind of hard to get a Wi-Fi signal, but the Starlink works quite well. You set it up and boom, you're good to go. High speed internet. It's pretty high speed. I can't remember how fast it was, but it was faster than I'm getting in the hotels.
I mean, I want you to stay in Florida and actually document the invasion that's happening right now.
Mm. Yeah, well, I'll be here for a while. And let me see if Laura Loomer responded. But if she
Yeah,
hasn't
let's see what she said.
responded, she's probably in action, because usually she responds really fast.
Because
Let's
you
see.
have the best team in Florida and they're coming on the boats. They're just coming
Yeah,
right
they
on to
are.
the shore. Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
And the Haitians are coming
Yeah, the Haitians are coming. The Haitians are coming. Yeah,
they're all
yeah,
coming.
yep.
I mean, is the
Well,
Texas border closed? No.
no, it's
New
wide open.
Mexico? No. I want to go
That's why
cross.
everybody keeps telling me, yeah, but Governor Abbott, this governor. Remember, I was one of the very first saying Governor Abbott is a World Economic Forum sector chief for them. He's in charge of keeping the border open. Everybody's like, yeah, but he's sending them on buses to New York and all this crap. I'm like, okay, he's helping the invasion. Did you get it? He's sending them deeper into the United States. He's sending them deeper, and he's clearing the banks of the river and sending them into our heartland, right? They're like, yeah, but he's teaching them a lesson. I'm like, I don't know what I can do with that. The evidence is before you. You'll either see it or you won't. And and a lot of people now see it, a lot didn't see it, but still there are a lot that, like, they have no idea that they are literally about to be terminated. And the type of warfare that can be done today is, this idea that you're going to be out, just, taking care of your house with your little puny ass AR-15. You know what I mean? It's funny. The guys are always like, I got an AR-15 and 7 trillion rounds of ammunition. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. You know,
Yeah, what do you think is going to happen?
yeah, I got a straw and a spitball. You know what I mean? It's like,
It's going to be
yeah,
you,
it's not
Ann
gonna do anything.
Vandersteel, Laura Loomer. What are you guys going to do? Are you armed? What are you
Yeah.
going to do?
I mean, the bottom line is people have to organize. You have to organize, right? You have to organize. I want to state it again. You have to organize. And the government is obviously working against us at this point. I mean, the Border Patrol is helping people get into the United States. They're doing it openly, right? The Coast Guard escorting Haitians to Florida. I mean, you can't make up this stuff. Yeah, U.S. military directly involved in helping the invasion of our own country. Not a single general or admiral has stood up. No active
Not
duty
one.
general or admiral stood up to the death jab. Not a single one.
Not
They all
one.
were like, well, that's what the meathead said. We have to get death jabbed. You know, and yeah.
I
So here
confronted
it comes. I mean,
I
the,
confronted
the
Lloyd Austin in Washington, D.C. on that. He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
he's a
I,
clown. I mean,
yeah.
he's a meat bot, just like CQ Brown and all the rest of the generals out there. Of course, Lloyd Austin's former general. Is he still alive? What was that thing about him going to the
Because
hospital? You know what I mean?
he's still alive. He's still there. He's still in
Okay.
charge. He's not. It's just embarrassing. He doesn't care. He really doesn't care.
Yeah.
I looked in his eyes. I asked him. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
we have
I
a
need
murder
to.
problem. We
I
don't
need
have a
to.
military that can even
Yeah.
stand up for us or handle it.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be the retired military.
Yeah. Against tens of millions of people. So it's quite. Um, it's going to get very intense. People have to get ready, and they need to start resisting at all levels right now. In other words, don't keep loading the buses. Don't keep checking them in on airplanes. Don't keep moving them around and facilitating the invasion and sloshing people all over the country. Stop driving the buses, right? Stop pumping electricity to the places that keep the people that are replacing you. I mean, seriously. I mean, it's just maddening. I mean, those of us who do everything that we can, and are just seeing, if everybody tried as hard as you and me and Ann Vandersteel, and actually there's a lot of us, but there are actually many, many of us. It's not like there's just a few. It's just that there's not a critical mass that's large enough to actually, at this point, to say I'm not going to help, or I'm going to do everything I can to trip this thing up, right? To identify the weak points and just, like, not forward that message. You know what I mean? Or, you know, either by actions or inactions, just, not letting them invade our country, for starters, right?
Yes, there's going to be a breaking point. I mean,
Yeah.
how many weeks, how many months do you think we're going to hit that? A month, a week,
Uh,
a year?
I, I would say we've already crossed the Rubicon. I mean, at this point, we're deep into it. The conditions are set at this point. Remember, it was, as we've talked about before, in war, amateurs talk tactics and professionals talk logistics. There's a corollary. Amateurs talk sparks and professionals talk conditions, right? It's about conditions. The conditions are set. The fire's coming. It's asking me, what will the spark be and when will the spark hit? I don't know. I mean, it's like, the forest is dry. Can be a bolt of lightning. Somebody throws a cigarette out, kid with bottle rockets. I don't know. Could be arson. I don't know. And so it's the same. It's about the conditions. And so the globalists, CCP, in collusion with each other, they have set conditions. It's going to get incredibly intense. anyway, I need to call it a night. It's getting late here, and it's 11
Yeah.
o'clock here in Florida, and I gotta do a few things still.
You are so wonderful, Michael. Please come back anytime you want to talk about anything that's happening. I am waiting to see what you are doing, what Ann Vanderstill's doing, what Laura Loomer's doing. What am I going to do? I want to go to the border of New Mexico, but thank you. How do we find you?
I'm on X every day. I'm on Substack, but I'm on X every day. Twitter, and
Yes.
yeah, I just do a lot of reviews or interviews. I was on Tucker recently, but that hasn't aired yet.
I mean, that was amazing. I forgot to ask you about that.
Yeah.
How was that? Was he
Uh,
incredible? Is he the best
oh,
of the best? Or am I better? Who's a better interview, Corinne or Tucker?
you're obviously the best. I mean, there's nobody.
I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, and then
So
yeah,
sweet.
my interview with Sean Ryan will be tomorrow. I think airing tomorrow
But I
because we.
never censor.
Yeah, I don't. I, I don't think Sean is going to censor it. I doubt that Tucker will either. I don't know because I never actually worked with him. I'd have to look and see, what I remember, as I said, and what's actually posted. But I doubt that they're going to censor.
Good, good.
Not
Because
that I
if
said
yeah,
anything too radical, but
yeah, you just said the truth. We're in an invasion. The United States of America is in an invasion right now.
yeah, straight up. And it's
Okay.
really obvious, super obvious. All right, let me call it a night. I gotta go.
Thank you. God bless
Bye,
you, Pete.
Corinne.
I really want to bring in a really incredible guest. Her name is Michelle Peterson. And I really want everyone to know that satellite123.com and prep123.com are the way to go now, because you just heard what Michael Yon said. We all have to be ready for this. How are you?
I'm
Thank
doing
you for
great,
being here.
thanks.
So kind. Tell us everything. You have so many people waiting to hear what you have to say. I'm so
No
grateful to have
problem. Are you able to hear me okay?
perfectly.
Okay.
We
All right.
perfect. I mean, you've been through so much. So what are
Yeah.
you standing up for now?
So thanks for having me. So just to do a quick overview. So my son was being groomed by a male teacher back in 2010
Okay,
in
what state?
high
What
school
county?
in Grundy County in Illinois.
Okay.
So at Morris High School. And the grooming went on from 2010 until in May of 2010 until around October. And I had overheard a conversation at that point, and he had texted this teacher initially just because he was having an issue on the baseball team, and he was also a baseball coach. And the teacher continued to text him. And when I overheard this conversation, I had a feeling that it was a coach or a teacher at the school, and went down to the computer and looked at the phone number and compared the phone numbers, looked back on the phone bills, and found that there were text messages all the way back until May of that year. So there were thousands of them. Um, my son knew that I would take his phone intermittently and check his messages at least 3 or 4 times a week. And he then would just delete the messages once the teacher would text him. So I didn't have the messages, the verbiage anyway. And this was over a 3-year ordeal. And just a quick overview, the whole 3 years was really kind of awful. The worst part of the whole situation was just dealing with the state's attorney's office. I felt like they just wanted me to go away, and that they didn't want to take care of just this one kid. And the stuff that he was texting him, though, he was not the first. He'd offer my son more money for oral sex, $500 and then $1,000 and then $1,500 via text. Wanted to make a sex video with him, and also would
Was
refer
this
to
man married?
his.
Was he married?
No, he
Okay,
wasn't married.
okay.
No, not married. 34 years old. My son was 15, going on 16 at the time, and continued to keep going back to the state's attorney's office. And I ended up, they had his phone for at least 4 or 5 months. I had to get the Secret Service involved to get the messages off his phone. So they pretty much said, they just want you to go away. And I had met this Secret Service agent through a friend whose husband was also an agent at the time. And he said, Michelle, they just want you to go away because this is too much work for one kid, and it's too much publicity for a small town. So he said, I'm going to give you 2 business cards. Keep one for yourself, give one to the state's attorney's office, and tell me what the message is off that phone within a week, or you're going to turn it over to the feds. He goes, I'll have those messages off of there in 15 minutes. So I went back and did that, and they had the messages back within 3 days, which pretty much tells me they had those messages probably the whole time. So I don't know that for sure, and but that's my gut feeling. And dealt with this particular state's attorney for about 2.5 years, and then we voted in a new state's attorney in January of 2013, and he took our case immediately and realized or felt that we probably would have to take a plea deal at this point because it had been too long. Been 2.5 years. There were gaps in the transcripts. He didn't know if people would remember things correctly, that sort of thing. So we end up going to court that year in August of 2013, and this guy then decides he wants to take a plea deal. So this is where God's hand was all over this, and now looking back is when I can actually see this, right? So he decides he wants to take a plea deal. The judge on the case was extremely upset with him and his attorney for dragging this out for 2.5 years, and pretty much lit them both up. And so not only does this guy want to take a plea or take it to trial, he decides that he wants to have a bench trial, not a jury trial, with the same judge that he just made angry. So we then meet with the new state's attorney and his first assist, and he says, there's a new law in Illinois that just came into play last month. So this was would have been July of 2013 when it came into play. It's a grooming law. So just for your audience, you have normal, regular grooming. So you might groom your children to be good, moral people. You might groom somebody to be a CEO, but this was unlawful grooming. This is where somebody is trying to gain the trust of another person to do something nefarious to them, or gain the trust of a community or a family, that sort of thing. And they said, everything in that law is what they did to your son and your family in this community. So we're going to go after that law. He said, but there's no precedent set, so we don't know that we'll actually be able to get this to go through. So we go to court in October of that year. My son is now 19 and in college. And he testifies. He's on the stand for about 4 hours. And we get 2 convictions, one solicitation of a minor and then unlawful grooming. So this is the very first, and to date, still only grooming conviction in the United States. So fast forward, then I go to a Reawaken tour, an event in Nashville last year.
Okay.
And I meet Amy Coelho, who is a sex trafficking investigator, and she is also a paralegal with a firm out of Texas. And she starts telling me about a couple of cases she's working on. And one of them, she was the lead investigator on a case that had just ended in November the year before. And it was the La Luz de Mundo case. So this was a church cult in California, ended up being also And they had about 123 different sex trafficking cells that she helped bust with her team. And she also told me about another case where one of the Larry Nassar gymnasts out of Michigan State was one of their clients, and told me about another couple other high-profile cases. So I started to tell her about my case here in Illinois, and she said, when was that? I said 2013, 2014, and she's like, are you from Illinois? And I said, yes. So she grabs my arm, and she gets tears in her eyes. She goes, I cannot believe I'm meeting you. And she said, I need to get a picture with you and send it to my team. And I said, what are you talking about? And she said, we use your case for every trafficking case that we bust because you have the only grooming conviction in the United States. And she said, without your case, it's difficult to prove the grooming and then in order to prove the trafficking. And of course, both of us were crying. We were kind of a hot mess. And so, from there, she said, what we need to do is actually get a law put in place in all 50 states where if somebody's charged with grooming, they can't take a plea deal. And this set us off doing a little bit of, hold on.
Oh, did you lose? That's okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay. So we started looking into this, and General Flynn was helping me along with his sister, Mary Flynn with America's Future, got me introduced to a paralegal in Florida named Allie Hopper, and she started working with some attorneys there and a couple of reps. And then we found out that Illinois is actually the only state that has a grooming law in place. And there's a federal grooming law, but you have to actually cross state lines for that to be effective. So you have to go from like 0 to 60. So you molest this child, and that's the first time that anything ever happens to that person. So nothing happens to them the whole time that they're grooming them and trying to entice them. And, maybe text what they texted to my son, this lewd and lascivious behavior. And that's what Allie put in the verbiage for the Florida bill. So there were two reps there, Yarkowski and Bankson, and they worked with her. And 2 weeks ago, that bill was actually approved, and it's going to be going to Governor DeSantis's desk for signature. So they have portions of the Illinois grooming bill in there. It's not everything we wanted, but it's a start. And then in Iowa, there's a senator there, Mark Thompson, and he's working on that law there. And the bill passed in the House 2 weeks ago, 94-0. And that bill is probably more aligned with the Illinois bill. And it's going to be going to the Senate. And he feels that that will get picked up in the Senate, and that will also become law in Iowa this year. So we will have 3 states then in the United States that have a grooming law in place. So we can actually stop these predators from touching our kids and putting them away at that point. So, and then we have a few other states that are on the docket right now. So we have Missouri is very interested. Kansas is interested. We just heard about somebody maybe in Michigan, Texas, Idaho, and Ohio, and Tennessee. So we're hoping that that will come to fruition for the next session. But this is one of the biggest things that we're working on. And my representative here, Jed Davis in Illinois, is working with me to amend our current grooming law, whereby somebody charged with grooming would not be able to take a plea deal. And he actually took that a step further, that somebody charged with trafficking wouldn't be able to take a plea deal. And also I asked him if he would maybe change the law for sex offenders, for the sex offender registry, so that it would also include places of entertainment that cater all or in part to children. So a couple years after this happened with my son, I saw this teacher working at the mall, and he was only about 60 feet from one of those children's play areas where he was working. And I'm like, how can that be possible? So what we found out is that the sex offender registry has in place where you can't go within 500 feet of a school, you can't go into a national park or a state park, those types of things. But you can go into these private areas because those places didn't exist when that law was written. So now you think about like a Dave and Buster's or a Chuck E. Cheese, Six Flags. Now think of Florida, Disney, Universal Studios. So that will include those types of places. So that's what we're trying to put into place this session. So we're hoping that will actually happen. So what I'm actually looking for, and why this interview is so important, is I'm looking for anybody who might have a personal relationship with a state senator or state representative that they can get in touch with me who would want to sponsor this type of a bill. And so we can actually get it in for next session. And I think once Florida goes and Iowa goes, we're going to have a bunch of other states that are going to be lining up wanting to do something like this. But we want to be able to help them and try to get the verbiage the way that they need. And Allie and Amy are both in this for the long haul, and they will help whatever states need help with this verbiage. So, and I will come and help and testify anywhere that I need to make this work and save these kids.
And how do people reach you? How do they find you?
So they can actually have a website. It's michellepeterson.org. So they can contact me there, or they can email me at patriots with the S, unite 76 at protonmail.com. And they can also follow me on Twitter. I think it's Michelle77, or on X, I guess I should say. So that's changed. But those are probably the easiest ways to get a hold of me. But anyway, I feel like this is such an important thing. And Mickey even said that in her interview, this has been all about the children. Everything's been about the kids. And this has been such a God moment, all of this. So, I mean, even looking back to those 3 years, we kept thinking, like, why is this taking so long? I don't understand. We had to jump through all these hoops to make this happen. But looking back now, the only way that this ever happened was because of God. So God was like, just wait on me, and then that law comes into play in Illinois. And it's literally the month before we went to court. Like, that's not anything of man. That is God with his hand all over this. And then I could have met Amy 5 years ago, but I meet her the January before the movie Sound of Freedom comes out. And all of this is really taking off. And I just feel like God is tapping all three of us and saying, hey, you need to stay in this fight, get in this fight for these kids, and do everything you can. So I think that's why it's so important for folks like you who have these podcasts to help us get that message out, because this isn't being covered on mainstream. You know,
Why isn't it being covered? Why?
well, I mean, I just think it's one of those taboo subjects, and unfortunately, I feel there are people in high places that are involved. Um, just here in Illinois, for example, we have Governor Pritzker. His brother Tom Pritzker, who is the CEO of Hyatt Hotels, is on page 45 of Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book under 13 different phone numbers. So,
And
I
I know
mean,
them
you just
personally,
wonder,
and it's all
right?
true. It's all
So you just,
true, and they all have
right,
their little private sexual escapades, and then they call us crazy. So
right.
how is your son now? Is he okay now? How did you help him recover?
Thank you for asking. He is doing okay. He's still, with all of this coming up now, I think we all see that he still has some things to work through. But my son is extremely smart. He's a super nice kid, good heart. And I think that's partly the issue, is just he's such a nice person. I think he felt bad for this teacher, and um, felt like he was disrespecting him when he wouldn't text him back. I mean, there'd be 20, 30 messages coming in and he wouldn't be sending anything out. But my son ended up going on to become a United States Marine. So he went to college for a couple years, went into the Marine Corps for 5.5, did intel for the Marine Corps, speaks a couple of languages. He's really solid. I sent him to counseling right away when all of this happened. We all went to counseling, and he got discharged after 6 weeks. And the counselor's like, I think he's fine. I'm like, he's not fine. I mean, I knew my son. I knew he wasn't fine. So he just really, just wanted to get out of there. He wanted this to all be done. He was embarrassed. He didn't want this put out there. But he also knew that we needed to come forward to help save other people and save other kids. And he sees the value in that, especially now, at 29 years old, he sees that. I mean, this has been 10 years, but it's still sitting there in the back of all of our heads, what happened or possibly could have happened. And I think the gut punch for me too is when Amy said, had this teacher gotten his hands on him, he would have trafficked him, Michelle. He wouldn't have kept him for himself, if even only in their own little group. So I never even thought 10 years ago, I never thought about trafficking. I never thought that was even an issue, or that would even be a thing at the time. So I think, parents just need to be on top of their kids all the time, and looking at the things that they're looking at, checking their phones. There's apps now that they can use. There's an app called a Bark app that they can put on their phone, the parents, and you can see the text messages coming in and out of their kids' phones. You can set it up for different keywords. I think that's important. Looking for signs in your kids, things that are changing. I mean, my son had, he had a resting heart rate of 120. He kept going down in the nurse's office, and I'm like, send him back to class. I'm like, he's fine. And then get him checked out. There was nothing wrong with his heart, but he was having such anxiety. He wasn't wanting to go to school. He was, like hanging out in his room all the time, didn't want to do anything. So it was those types of things that, along with that conversation that I overheard, that tipped me off. And also not giving up. I kept getting told no when I went down to the state's attorney's office. You need to keep coming back and fighting for your kids when you know that there's something wrong, and there's something, you have that gut feeling, especially moms, you have that gut feeling, there's something off. Make sure you keep digging and keep going and don't give up. And that was the other thing Amy said. She was like, Michelle, most people give up. They get told no by these people in authority and they stop. And she goes, you didn't stop. You kept coming back. I mean, at one point, even after we had the messages back, they told me they didn't think they'd have enough to go on. I said, fine, give me everything you got, then I'm going to take it to the Illinois state's attorney. And they then kind of backpedaled a little bit. And, it was kind of a tumultuous relationship with the state's attorney's office, but the school was fantastic with us. And there was an interview that the principal did with the teacher, the union rep, and a superintendent. That was probably the linchpin in the whole thing. He flat out asked him, did you ever offer him money for sex? Did you want to make a sex video? Did you refer to his penis as my little guy? And he said he put his head down, shook his head in affirmation, and said yes. And it's all typed up in black and white in his personnel file. And the state's attorney, the principal had told him there's stuff in the personnel file you're going to want to see. He never went to subpoena it. After a full year, the principal calls me and says, hey, you need to tell him that he needs to get this personnel file. There's things in there he's going to want to see. So I go down to the state's attorney's office, and he's like, what could possibly be in there that we would need? I'm like, what skin is it off of your back? Just get it. And so he did get it finally, and the attorneys at the school wouldn't release it to them until I signed off on it. And they used the HIPAA law for that reason. They said, because my son was a minor and his name was all over this documentation, that I needed to sign off on it first. So I did that, went down to the state's attorney's office, told him what was in there. And I said, if he's not arrested the next 7 days, I'm going to have every major news station on your front lawn. And he said, well, why did they let you see it? And I said, because of the HIPAA law. He's like, they didn't have to do that. I said, well, actually, I think they let me see it because they knew how much trouble I was having down here with you and that I would never know what was in there unless they showed me before it got in your hands. So he waited the full 7 days before he arrested him. And it was a good almost 2 years before he was arrested. So it was a very long, drawn out battle. But, that's the thing is parents just need to stay in the fight for their kids. Another statistic Amy told me is 79% of the kids whose parents fight for them end up becoming productive members of society. So I think that's another thing to just kind of keep in mind, so.
Can you tell us his name so we can all stay away from him?
Stefan Bolagno. There's a video that you can actually, there's an NBC5 Investigates out of Chicago video that I have on my website. So if you go to the website, to michellepeterson.org, it's on there, and the bills are on there so that people can see what we're working on. So hopefully people will visit that site and then kind of get more of the background of the story.
Because sexual offenders never change.
Nope. And we found out actually a little bit later, a few years later, I ran into somebody from the courthouse and they asked how my son was doing. And I said, he's struggling a little bit. And she said, well, you have to let him know that that same teacher went down to the courthouse to bail somebody out who actually was convicted of raping a minor, another coach on a travel soccer team. So he was the one who came and bailed that guy out. So now we know that there's probably a whole group of them in that area. So, it's just, I don't understand it at all. I know it's been going on for a very long time, and not just our country, but all over the world. And it's been going on since probably, the garden. And people just need to be aware and just know that this is real. There's so many people who think it's not even real, that this isn't happening. And the United States is the biggest purveyor of sex trafficking and child pornography. That's, people just don't get it. I was just looking at a post on Facebook not too long ago, somebody in Vegas, and they have, some sex workers standing behind them. And what these people don't understand, that those people are probably being trafficked too, most likely 100% being trafficked. And people don't realize that that's what that is, and feel like, well, there's not any trafficking arrests going on in the area. And I said, well, a lot of them come up as domestics, they're not being charged as trafficking. So you just don't know, what's going on behind closed doors.
Yeah, and what's the FBI doing? What are they really doing? What are police doing? They really don't care. There are totally naked men all over New York City. No one's doing anything. I was there this summer. I had to bring my daughter to the grocery store. Naked man standing there. Can't get rid of him. Nobody cares. It's disgusting where our country is going.
That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
It's
right. Well, and I think too, like the police officers, they don't get a lot of this training, from my understanding, when they go through the academy, and one of the biggest trainings they can go to, there's a training, it's called ARC trainings, the Association for Recovery of Children. So you can go to recoveryofchildren.org and you can get a week-long training there. I did that in Sarasota last fall. And there's little things that are in this training that you can look for. Just one thing that really stood out to me in this training was there's a lot of kids that are actually handed off in baggage claim at the airport. So they'll travel, go to pick up their luggage, hand the kid off to somebody else. So those are things to look for. Or even, I don't know if you have children, but I know when I traveled with my son when he was little, you would take everything but the kitchen sink with you, right? So one thing to look for is if you have an older person or an adult traveling with a child and they might have one toy with them. They don't have a carry-on with a bunch of stuff for them to do. They don't have snacks. They don't have games, none of that. So those are some things to kind of look for too. And that's not to say that that's going to happen in every case, but that's something that you can actually look for and, just question if there's a young child traveling with an older person, they don't have any carry-on luggage, just little things like that an everyday person can watch for and report.
Yes, I mean, it's really important to stand up for our children. That's the whole
Yes.
reason we're alive now, is to stand
Right.
up for our children. So what you're
Right.
doing is the most noble thing, to stand up for our children.
Yeah, well, and they're God's children, right? So God has been tapping people everywhere and using every type of person to do his work and give him the glory in all of this. And that's what this is all about, in trying to bring as many people to the kingdom as we can. So I think that's the most important thing, is that we keep that in mind, and that, one day you're going to stand before God, and you just got to make sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, what he has asked you to do. And I know that America's Future, they have been going around doing summits everywhere. They just had one in Texas. They have another one coming up, I think, in Washington State. So you can, get in the fight that way too, and go and learn what's actually happening from people who have boots on the ground, who have been through some of this stuff. So education is key. So if you know what to look for and you know who these people are and you can see them, I'm sure that all of us have seen them anywhere we've traveled, but we just didn't know what to look for before. Now the jig is up. We know what's going on now, and more people are aware of what's happening.
That is
Yeah.
ridiculous. I don't
Yeah.
even know what to say when we hear these things. It's just so shocking.
Right.
I mean, it's just shocking. What are we
Right.
supposed to say?
Well, again, just, I guess, stay in the fight and learn and educate yourself and know that this stuff is real. And, try to plant seeds with other people who think that it's not. Try to get them educated on what's happening. Send them to those websites, to recoverchildren.org, send them to my website, michellepeterson.org, or, to America's Future website. I think it's americasfuture.net is America's Future's website. So just trying to get in the fight as much as you can, and looking up as much as you can about child trafficking, and just, fair warning, knowing that you're going to dig into some things that are not good to look at and not fun to look at. But if we don't know the enemy, we can't fight them. So you gotta know what you're fighting. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, tell us again. It's really powerful. I mean, what we go through as mothers, what we go through in the United States of America with our children, I mean, no government's helping us. So I'm going to pray, obviously, that we find the right people in each state. You need state legislatures to pass these things, correct?
Right.
We all
Which
know.
again then brings us back to, our elections, right? And making sure that we have solid and fair elections. So I think that's one of the biggest things, and that these people are not being selected, and they actually are being elected. Working with another group too, United Sovereign Americans, and we're trying to, educate people there too. So if you or if you care about your elections and the voter rolls and cleaning up those voter rolls and really making a difference, you can go to uniteforfreedom.com and sign up for your state as a volunteer and get some more information there about what we need to do to clean up our voter rolls. I think that's important, because you got to get the right people in there to pass these laws to make a difference.
Yes, I mean, that's really, really serious now. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. I'm so grateful. You are such an incredible
Yep.
guest. I'm so grateful. Please come back.
Yes. Thank you for having me.
God bless you. Peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I really want to introduce Juan O'Sullivan. Are you there, Juan? We can see your finger.
Well,
What is that?
yeah, let's see. There we go. I think we got it.
My
Doesn't let me
favorite
do
person.
anything to adjust it till you're. Hold your second here. Let's see. Let's go back to.
We have my favorite person
Let's go back
right
to
now, Juan
there. Let's see
O'Savin.
if we can get it to work. There we go. Maybe
Can you
that'll
hear
do it.
me? How's your sound? Juan O'Savin is here. Listen, Juan, you're going to be so proud of me. I finally figured out how to get people to sponsor my shows. I have satellite123.com and I have prep123.com. Can you hear us? Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us? We
Well,
have
let's see
Juan
here.
O'Savin coming in loud and clear. We're going to talk about everything. Can you hear us, Juan? Testing 1, 2, 3. What should we do? How do we get you in here, Juan? Hopefully Juan will come back. We're waiting for Juan O'Savin. I just want to say that this has been such an incredible show. I want people to understand that, at the America Happens News, we don't ban, we don't censor people. And that's why it's always so raw and real, the news that we bring to you. Juan is back. Are you there? Let's bring him back in. This is really exciting. Okay, here we go. Oops.
All right.
Can you see us?
Well, I can see my camera. I don't see you guys, but that's okay. I don't need to see you.
Can you hear us?
I know what
Testing,
it's like.
testing.
I
Can
can
you
hear
hear us?
you. Yeah,
Okay.
hear you.
I can hear you. Are you in Las Vegas?
Oh yeah. If you don't know, well, that's pretty interesting. I've got. Hold on one second. We've got a flipped screen. Let's see if we can make the screen behave itself.
It looks good now. It looks like you're at the Sphere.
Well, it's around here somewhere.
Yes.
Let's see. Back camera.
So everyone
you've got a video there that's flipped, so it throws me off. It's actually reversed, if you can imagine. So it's kind of funny.
It looks
for me.
interesting. It looks normal to us.
Okay, good. Well, you can
Can
enjoy
we
it
see
then.
your pinky? Can we see your pinky finger?
I know. They're not really there, so.
Where's your wedding ring? You're married now. Where's your wedding ring? I want to see your wedding ring.
That's it. Boy, you're going to get me in all sorts of trouble. I haven't really been wearing a wedding ring. We were going to grab one, and I'm, wanted something a little different and nice, and so we've been waiting to get a chance to get something unique and cool together. We just had a 1-year anniversary the other day, so we've been enjoying things pretty good. But I haven't had time. We've been so busy with all the stuff we have going that I just haven't had a chance. But you'll get me in big trouble now. Boy, I'll hear about this.
I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but I want to know, are the white hats coming to save us? And when are they coming to save us, Juan? Who's the real Q? I always want to ask you, are you the real Q drop? Who's the real Q drop?
It's incorrect to put it in those kind of terms.
Okay.
Q is a team.
Are you part
so
of
if you're
the
looking
Q
for the Q team is not something that's out in the public. None of the members are out there talking loosely publicly in any way, shape, or form. And that's a very precise part of these operations that are going on. So if you have, with the exception of only a couple of members for various reasons who never acknowledge that in any way, shape, or form, they cannot disclose or discuss in any way. They're under active security clearances of, literally, essentially one step short of blood oaths that to discuss that. So anybody that talks loosely like they're, potentially Q and they're giving you Q information is so full of shit that it's painful to even waste time trying to discuss it. And if they were to be so loose as to make such a stupid, wild ass statement, the rest of the members would rip them to shreds in an instant. This isn't just a playtime thing. This isn't games. We're were in a struggle for control of the planet, and the people that were going up against, it's survival for both sides. And so a lot of people think of it in a gaming form because it was done aimed at a younger generation and was presented those memes and the anon communications and discussions were aimed at a younger generation so that they could go in, learn details, learn facts, and remember that that operation in the visible side began in October of 2017, 6.5 years ago. Those kids that were, younger, 14, 16, 18, early 20s, are now having their first kid, moving from, temporary jobs into their careers in many cases. And a lot of the folks are a little longer in the tooth. They've had a chance to get seasoned and marinated in some of the stuff that's going on. And they've now reached a different level of maturity. New York Times yesterday wrote an article. The mega supporters of Trump are becoming victorious more and more visibly. Gateway Pundit had an article tonight on this. Here the New York Times is even admitting the mega community is winning the information war with the American citizens, the voters, in what's going on. So you could say, to some extent, interchangeably, the Q operations, the education to understand what the real politics is behind the scenes, the real economies, the real operations, that the public is becoming more and more familiar with that by the hour. And that is favoring Trump. That's favoring moving away from these control operations, which is the current people in power. They're through fraud and deception and manipulation. So anyway, I don't want to get buried in that. I'm just telling you that that's the people that would like to talk about that or have people talking loosely in those kinds of terms. That's bullshit, and we really shouldn't waste time there because it's just not appropriate or relevant.
Okay, are we going to have an election in November of 2024? What's the truth? Are we headed towards World War III? Tell us everything. You were just in the Netherlands. I mean, you go everywhere. Where were you? You were in Antarctica? That's incredible. What's the
Well,
most
I
important
do a
tell us?
lot of travel. I mean, this year
Yeah.
I've probably been on, let's see, well, at least 4 continents. But the in all the various places. I was just down at Mar-a-Lago here a week and a half ago for several days, and so the reason that which is another country.
It's getting invaded right now by the Haitians. Florida's getting
No,
invaded.
they're not getting in there. I guarantee you that. But no, within maybe a more serious conversation that has to be had right this second.
Okay.
You know, um, let me come at it from a kind of wonky direction.
Okay.
What mentioned down in South America and in Antarctica, and the president of Argentina, while I was down there, had to fly over to Israel for a couple days. And while I was in Israel, excuse me,
It's okay.
while he was in Israel, I've been talking all day. I'm not sick. I just losing my voice.
No, it's okay. We understand. Drink.
Yeah, I have to keep my throat hydrated. Anyway, he had to fly over to Israel, and while he was speaking in Israel and doing his little engagement there, he made a comment that seemed, gosh, why did you fly over to Israel just to talk about that? He talked about the fact that soon sacrifices were going to resume there in Israel, in Jerusalem. And, the sacrifices being the ritual sacrifice to God for the cleansing of sin, the Mosaic Law, etc. And so, which is symbolic sacrifice of real animals for the remission of sins in anticipation of a act by God to provide a sacrifice that would be the true sacrifice that God would accept for true remission of sin and something from the Messiah. So within the Judaic religion, uh, getting the temple back and beginning sacrifices again is a big part of their worship of God. And so here the president of Venezuela is talking about how they're going to, they're going to resume sacrifices. In order to do it correctly, legally, you need a red heifer, which is a particular DNA essentially of the cows. And they have one that came out of Texas. It's being spirited around in Israel, protected with a herd. And so you do initial ritual red heifer sacrifice, then some of the ashes would be included in additional sacrifices over time of the red heifer's ashes, which is this whole symbolic thing. But the reason that that's so important right now is because when Hamas did its attack on Israel, some of the information that was let out at the time was that the reason that Hamas did the attack at the time it did, with the urgency it did, was because there was all this talk of sacrifices on the Temple Mount. Well, and that's where you got the Dome of the Rock. And so, how are they going to start temple sacrifices unless they're going to have some event, tear down the temple, and then the Dome of the Rock, and then the temple gets built, and all of a sudden, how fast does it happen? Is there some other site on the mountain where they could, leave the Dome of the Rock alone and do a temple somewhere else, do the sacrifices? And within that context, remember, one of the interesting things is that when Christ came into Jerusalem, rode in on a donkey, and everybody was throwing the palm fans down, the Palm Sunday. And he was, they were projecting he was going to, be the new king of Israel, and everybody was going to, join him up, and angels were going to come out of heaven, and the armies of God were going to take all the enemies away. And the temple was built by the Romans, or built by the Jews, but under Roman supervision to keep the peace in the area. And so there was a lot of stress in Jerusalem as this happened. That's why the Romans were there, because they wanted to keep the peace, because once a year, Jews from all through the region would gather in Jerusalem to celebrate Passover. And there was this belief that the Jews, when they're all there, like an army staging for military practice, well, is it just practice, or are they going to war? Judas was actually of a sect of the Jews who believed that when the Messiah returned, he was going to lead this assault on the enemies of Israel. And again, you were going to have some angelic event, a divine event, and the city would be retaken. And then, all of the Gentiles and everybody would be kicked out of the region, and they'd be able to do their sacrifices in peace and worship God, and they'd win. So the Romans were there to stop a insurrection. Okay. Today, when you start talking about you're going to restart the sacrifices, you're talking about some kind of a world spectacle. I mean, think about it. How are we going to feel as a planet, as people all over the world? How are we going to reconcile in the modern age a ritual of a stream of animals being brought to that location and then slaughtered, in worship to God? And is that going to pass muster? Well, I mean, the animals are being sacrificed all over the world, all over the time. You just aren't quite aware of it, but to do it so in your face there, as though this is what God wants in this era. And of course, from a Christian perspective, we would say that Christ was the sacrifice, and the sacrificing of animals was symbolic. And now the Son of God has come, and he was the sacrifice that was symbolically being foretold. And he has taken the penalty of sin on himself, God putting on flesh like we put on a coat, stepping in the way, and then taking the weight of sin and paying the price that no man could ever pay. God himself doing it and then making a way back to God. The only begotten Son of God, born of the flesh. And because any other man couldn't die in your place because they have their own sin to die for, if you will. And so what context would it happen where it would be acceptable to the world to start sacrificing again there in this, really a spectacle? And are the Muslims going to be good with it? Is the Christian world going to be okay with that? What circumstances would precede that? And has the temple been built? Is the mosque, Dome of the Rock, going to be torn down? There's so many questions. So with that as a background, I should mention to you, Corrine, and your listeners, there's a movie coming out this week, and it's called Christ-spiracy. So instead of conspiracy, it's Christ-spiracy. And you can go on their website. They're out there. The movie's only going to be playing 2 days, March 20th and March 24th. And it's only at selected theaters. There are about 650 theaters around the world where it's going to be at. And young guy, a beautiful guy, Cameron Waters, he went on a trek all over the world for 7 years, living in the sleeping bag in his car, his van, and sometimes not even having that, to make this movie. Netflix bought the rights to the movie, and as they were finishing the editing, and then when they saw it, they kind of were like, we want to take this out and this out and this out. And Cameron and some of the other people that were on the project were like, gosh, man, that's going to screw up the movie. So there was an option to buy it back in their deal, and they decided to exercise that. And the movie would not have been made without Netflix having jumped in when they did. They wouldn't have been able to complete it. So there's no angst against Netflix. They had a particular way that they thought fit their audience, and these guys didn't want their creative work to not have certain things to it. So, and it may very well be that Netflix will still end up with the movie on their channel at some later point in time after this initial theater showing. So I'm just saying that because I don't want people attacking Netflix like they did something wrong. They didn't in this particular case. But they bought back the rights, so they now have an event 2 times, March 20th and 24th. And I'm encouraging everybody, look, the context is, was Christ a vegan? Was he a meat eater? And if so, how would Christ have sacrificed a sheep? What was the process to do it correctly? And, we have all the Muslim sacrificial processes to end up with kosher. The same thing with the Jews, and it's slightly different. And so this is kind of this starting place question. And Cameron, who was raised, in a, grandfather was a minister, mom was doing ministry work. He was a kid and he's asking this question. Nobody gave him an answer that he was satisfied with. So he goes on this world trek to find out. He's a hunter, he's a fisherman. And it takes him places that he never expected to end up. And this is the movie. And I think it's very well done. It will cause you to have to do some mental gymnastics. Even, you don't have to want to become a vegan, but just from a health standpoint, the meat industry, the food industry, what are we actually getting and how does it get there and what's the process and things like that. And then from the spiritual side, is this, are we doing it the right way with the factory farming and things like that? Even myself, building a a platform in space in supporting populations, be they small communities or whole nation states over the
Okay.
next 50, 100,000 years. There'll be more people above the planet than on the planet in 200 to 300 years, just so you know. So are
Wow.
they going to put factory farms on these facilities off planet Earth? If you're going on long missions uh, here in the planetary system or off to other locations, will you have to, bring along enough prepackaged food? Do you need the meat? Do you want the meat? Is that in a modern era? Are we going to do farmed meat that's made in a factory of gray goo, okay, to look like meat? Will it be grown somehow, or will it be plant-based, or what's going on? So there's a lot of questions that the answers are not necessarily as easy as you might think right off the bat. And this starting point with where we are, as a people and humanity itself, what's it say about us? And out in the future, when would we start to transition from eating all the animals and everything to something else? And of course, you got these, there's other people that want us to be happy just being, vegetarians. These World Economic Forum type groups and Klaus Schwab and all that, laughing about it. Paul in the Bible in the New Testament um, said at the end times there would be people speaking against the eating of meat. So part of the question is and we have dominion over the planet. Well, does that mean that we're supposed to eat meat all the time? Lots of the great minds over time. In fact, I'll tell you, Tesla was a vegan.
Nikola
Uh,
Tesla. Okay.
Nikola Tesla. I had a number of the great ministers over time were vegans. In the garden, before Adam and Eve had to leave the garden, were they eating animals? No. Uh, a sign of the sin when they had to leave the garden was that God slaughtered uh, a couple of animals and then gave them the skins for a covering. So as they left the garden to live out in the world, they were covered with death, a carcass of death to keep warm. Think about that. So, there's plenty of people that, we got to continue eating meat. God wants us to eat it like that. So there's a discussion that needs to be had, because are we, let's say that the world is changing, and do we have the skill, the technology to sustain ourselves without eating animal flesh uh, and stay healthy? Is there enough of the right nutrients available in other ways so that we don't have to do that? And does it make sense? Is the farming methods currently out there? Is it safe? So this is kind of the discussion in a bracketed sense that Cameron has in the movie. I think it's an important movie, and it touched me. I didn't. I was at a friend's house, and he asked me if I would watch it, and so I did a couple of years ago, and talked with Cameron for several hours, and we had a pretty uh, enjoyable discussion, and have stayed friends since and helped him in some of the ideas of getting the movie completed and like that. I think it's an important conversation we all need to have, especially in light of the fact that we're going to have some of this in our face pretty directly as we get into this restarting the animal sacrifices there in Jerusalem. So anyway,
Are you going to become vegan?
I will tell you this. I saw it a couple of years ago. and had to do a lot of mental, spiritual gymnastics, and even logistical. People becoming vegan, it is logistically hard to find places that serve stuff that you can use. And then, you know, do you eat cheese? Do you eat animal byproducts, eggs, milk? Is it safe? You know, the stuff that they put in these animals while they're pushing them for production has, you know, if you think 100 or 150 years ago, there were people, very famous people, there was very famous pastors that were vegan because they wanted to be like what it was in the garden, or what they know that it's coming at some point in the future, with the 1,000 years of peace after the Messiah returns and brings peace on the earth. It says the lion will lay down with the lamb. So what are they going to be feeding these lions? You know, mystery meat grown in a laboratory. It says that a child will play by the den of a viper and will not be harmed. So snakes eat varmints and stuff like that. What's the lion gonna eat? What's the snake gonna eat? What's the world gonna be like in that kind of an environment? Humans will beat their swords, which we use to sacrifice animals and kill them, or other people, humans, will beat those swords into plowshares. And so what are they going to do with the plowshare? They grow things, make tractors, okay, to grow stuff. So is the world going to be changed? And when it does, will it be back to more of like a garden-like state where there's no animal flesh eating taking place by us, even amongst the animals? You know, think of the killer whales. What are they going to eat? You know, plankton? I don't know. There's something, there's a lot there, if you believe from a scriptural standpoint that there's some in the millennium peace. One of the markers of that peace is also peace between all the variations of animal life. Lion will lay down with the lamb. They won't be, you know, running from or eating each other. And so, and a lot of vegans use that as, you know, if we stop violence to animals, it'll help stopping violence to people and humans. And there's even books written about the fact that we're the way we are, interactions with animals like that, that's a stepping stone to violence against children and things like that. So I haven't read the book. It seems like a stretch to me, but then again, you know, people have thought these things through, and I wouldn't be just instantly dismissive. We're in a wonky moment in the history of the world. And then, and by the way, here you are in Washington, D.C., or where are you at right now? I didn't even know. I didn't ask.
Washington, D.C.
Okay. So you're right there at the seat of evil, you know, and think about all the things that are going on. I think about the J6ers every night, 9 o'clock Eastern time, singing with them.
The
And
Supreme Court tomorrow at 7 a.m. is going to be huge with the censorship issue. Children's Health Defense Fund is going to be there. And then we have 7 pro-life activists sitting in the Alexandria, Virginia jail waiting for sentencing in May. Yes, continue. DC's wild.
well, and we had the filing last week on the Kerry Lake case, information that was out there, but it hadn't been presented in a legal forum quite the right way yet. And now the declarations will be filed, and then the request for emergency action this week. And that's just cracking the door open.
Will the Supreme Court accept the case? Do you think the Supreme Court will hear that case?
I think that they're probably going to have to, and for various reasons, because this is escalating now. We have more and more data that, you know, just they can run, but they can't hide. The data that is coming into play now is radically advanced from what it was even just a few months ago. The super short version is the guys that at a technical level did the work to steal the 2020 election. Many of those are now, their information is recorded in various ways. We've had plenty of time now to do comparative analysis between their statements of how they stole the election and looking at the technical data inside the machines. For example, Tina Peters, where a copy of all of the workings of the machine, essentially like you'd back up your computer at home, a backup drive was made of everything in the Dominion computer at her county there in Colorado, rural Colorado. And then Dominion did a service on it, and they made another copy and compared the before and after, the files they took away, the files they changed, and then also the data that the information that some of these people have brought forward in their statements, their declarations, where they describe exactly how they went in and manipulated the files, layered the files. One of the things that's been known for quite a while, we had one of our guys at a particular location where the machines were being tested to prove they're not connected to the internet or something. And one of our guys was there and they wouldn't let him in the building. So he's in the parking lot and literally logs on to the air conditioning system at this government facility, and then uses the air conditioning system as a pathway to get to the vote machine, the Dominion machine. And then he's watching everything they're doing in the machine from a remote location. He didn't do anything to go and change anything, but he could have. In fact, the key code to enter the machine and change stuff was right there in the open. Anybody that did the same thing he did, anybody could use that security code to go in and change data in the machine. So it was totally vulnerable. Then the problem becomes, well, if he could do it, how many other people could do it? It's right there in the open. And you have the machines that are supposedly secure open to the public. And they say, well, nobody did it. Okay. Part of the cases that have been going on all this time is, well, just because it could have been altered, do you have any evidence it was altered? Well, we've had evidence brought by computer scientists, mathematicians, other people saying that these patterns of the way the vote propagates or shows, etc., aren't natural. They can't be natural. They have to be manipulated. Okay, so there's a stink there, but where's the actual manipulation? Do you have a before and after? Do you have the person who actually did it? And you didn't have that really anywhere in any of the cases so far. Now that's what's coming out and going to continue to come out. You're going to have the details about some of the players that did it, how they did it, and then the corpus delicti, the body of the evidence. Here's where it was changed, and here's what it was changed to in counties all over the country, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, to make it look like a closer election, and then to flip it in key locations so that it put Biden in. And so you literally are going to be faced with the conundrum. If this is true, then that means that we have people in office that are there through fraud. If they're there through fraud and they're doing things like taking us to the edge of nuclear war, about to preside over a financial collapse here in the West, and around the world, actually, as stress. If we're in all of these calamities that are coming on an immigrant invasion, even the attacks on the J6ers in the legal system, is that what would be happening if Trump was in office? Would the fight over J6 even be happening if Trump were in office? Because we wouldn't be arguing about this stuff. So with that in mind, what are we doing here? And that's this, this moment that we're in. You have a wonky situation of a lot of people that are in there that doing things that are messing up the whole world. How are you going to put stop to it? If the vote was manipulated, and I'm telling you it was, then what are you going to do about it? The people that are in office are laughing at us. The people that should be in office, can't get to justice at the Justice Department. That's the fight we're going to be watching, including at the Supreme Court, for some time to come. It's just getting started, just getting warmed up.
I mean, that's going to be the most interesting thing to watch. What about Guantanamo Bay? Can you give us an update on that? Because a lot of people are asking me, will we actually be able to see what's going to happen there?
Well, there won't be secret arrests when the time comes. You'll know about it. It'll be obvious. It might not be obvious the day of, but within just a matter of a short period of time. Why? Because there is no justice unless it's visible. There's no hidden justice in this situation. The world has to see what is done and how this was stolen. And then the justice has to be for cause. You have to show what actually happened, and within a tribunal sense. Look, they brought us to the brink of war. You have something closing on 1 million people dead, not just injured, dead in the Ukraine crisis. Who started that? Who's benefiting by having that happen? Trump certainly wouldn't have put us in that situation. You've got special forces, Green Berets, staging off the coast of Taiwan and some of the islands there, preparing for some type of action with China. If China decides to do something there, you've got 50 or 60 boats off the coast of Africa right now engaged in actions in Yemen. Sudan.
And you have Biden, you have the Biden regime playing both sides of Israel. They're giving stuff to the people in Gaza and they're funding the war in Israel. So what's going on here?
Well, and again, this backstory of some kind of a drama related to starting sacrifices again, and who's behind that? Who created Israel? Well, the Rothschilds take credit. They did the Balfour Declaration, started buying up the land. The UN takes credit for, when the Israelites, the Jews in this modern era declared themselves a nation, they, excuse me, recognized that nation. By the way, the UN building is built on a slaughterhouse site. There'd been a slaughterhouse for over 150 years, 153 years or whatever, at the time that it was purchased by Rocky Rockefeller. And they wanted the UN on a slaughter site. What's the meaning of that? Well, they had the Lucis chapel inside the building when it was finished. Lucis. There's a crowd that wants the whole world to participate in this. And is that crowd in control of Israel right now? Not the people that are the average people that have been, brought in, suckered in, forced in, but that crowd that actually was responsible for the creation of modern day Israel. What God are they really serving, and to what end? And is this sacrifice thing that's about to occur, is that really of God in heaven or some imitator? So there's a lot of questions there. That's why I think this movie's kind of an interesting thing at this point in time, and the subject matter. But yeah, we got drama ahead.
Okay, I have a question. Are there pyramids under the ice? Do they have a power that anyone understands and can be used to enslave us humans? Is there anything under the ice since you were in Antarctica?
Antarctica is a very large area. It's 1.5 times the size of the United States. including Alaska and other protectorates. And we have plenty of accounts of what has been possible down there. The Nazis, 1942, recruited 42,000 women to move to Antarctica. They put advertising in newspapers in Northern Europe looking for women recruits who were willing to move to Antarctica to support the German army in its work in Antarctica. You had the guy that replaced Hitler for a period of time in Germany, as president as they were, the Allies were closing in. The guy that replaced Hitler said that the German army had successfully, the Nazis specifically, had successfully built an entire functional city on one of the riverways that go back up under the ice. And that was in his testimony at Nuremberg, in the Nuremberg trials. The Germans had huge numbers of submarines, and many of them were set up and were very large for these trips to that location. You hear all the accounts of the horrible stormy weather and everything else going to Antarctica, but if you're in a submarine under the water, you don't notice it. And then you have rivers that flow out from under the ice all around Antarctica. Thousands of rivers, some big, some small. Where's the water coming from? And if it's water, it's above freezing. And if you have water that's above freezing running down a channel for long periods of time, you've got passageways melting above it. The ice in Antarctica, it's an average, I think, of 2.5 miles deep. So in several of the lakes that we talk about that are some of the larger lakes that have been, pinged and are known underneath the ice, the lakes are 1, 2, 3, 5 miles wide, 30, 40, 50 miles long with shorelines. And you're on the river, and the ice dome that's melted underneath that ice cap, it's a mile to the roof. It's another 2.5, in some places 3 miles to the top of the ice. And in there, they never have a bad weather day. They never have a storm. Then there's no armies attacking them. So what's been going on under the covers, under the ice? If you sent down 42,000 women, how many guys were there? And what was going on? Did they come back? Nope, no record. So where did on the day that Hillary Clinton, well, let me just mention one thing. When it's interesting, when WikiLeaks happened, and arguably Seth Rich did the download of all of the DNC files that was supposedly the Russians, and then he turned them over through his brother, allegedly, to WikiLeaks, and they posted them. In there with all the DNC communications are pictures from all over Antarctica. Well, what are all their communications? Why do they have all the pictures? They got Pizzagate. They got Podesta and Hillary talking about having roasting a chicken code for a child and sacrificing it to Baal, to Moloch, I should say. And in amongst all that, you got pictures from Antarctica. What's that all about? And then on election day in 2016, when Trump won the election, on election day, when they knew Trump was going to win, where was the person that replaced Hillary Clinton over at the State Department, the Secretary of State, John Kerry? Where was he on election day 2016? He was in Antarctica. Doing what? And then after Trump won, this senior advisor to Trump, who had helped him, came on midway through the campaign when it became more and more obvious that Trump was going to win. Newt Gingrich, where'd he go? John Kerry leaves after a couple weeks, and Newt Gingrich shows up, and he stays around for 3 weeks. And what's he doing down there? He's kayaking and looking at the seals and the penguins and everything else. Really? And he did that the whole time? What the hell's going on there? Obama, the last foreign trip that Obama had as president of the United States, he takes a whole entourage and he goes on a South American tour. He started it over in Egypt when he came into the presidency, and he ended it in South America. And he makes his stop all the way down to Bariloche at the southern tip of Argentina, Naziville. And then, he goes horseback riding with Michael, and, they're just having a great time. All the bazillionaires show up in their private jets. Everybody's hanging out there. Well, who are they talking to? Where are they going? When Obama leaves office and Trump comes into office, that's when Kerry and Gingrich are making their trips down there. What the hell's going on in Antarctica? Remember, in WikiLeaks too, by the way, you had the whole thing with the spirit cooking and the witch, who's really a guy, not a woman, doing the spirit cooking. I can't think of her name right off the top of my head. Abramovich. And Abramovich, turns out, is the artistic director for the UN for Antarctica or whatever, artistic liaison or whatever. So she's doing artistic art using bodily fluids and, mimicked human sacrifices and like that. And she's doing it for Antarctica. Where's that make sense? Seriously. And then you could go on and on. Under the ice, just like we have hot springs all over, North America, up in Fairbanks, there's a place I like to go out of Fairbanks, about 50 miles, way out in the Timbuktu tundra mountains, whatever. And the guy out there, he's got a factory where he makes tomatoes with greenhouses. Why? Because they have natural hot springs that come up, and they have, places you can go get the tub and go in a hot tub. It'd be 20 below, 30 below, it'd be 50 below. Hot tub doesn't change. The greenhouses work because the heated water coming up from the earth underneath is very warm. But it's, 50 below or something there in Fairbanks at times. Doesn't matter. Down there where that water's coming from, it's the same temperature. You have the same thing in Antarctica. That water comes up and then it forms lakes, and they have small tributaries and rivers. You have a perfect environment to live in. So who's there? What are they doing? And how does that affect what's going on in the world?
Exactly.
If,
Are there people there? Do the developments at SpaceX, apparently breaking through the firmament and possibly worldwide coverage by Starlink, have any correlation with why we are now bringing these people to the table? If that is in fact why Antarctica? If not, are you going to have additional trips to Antarctica? Everyone wants to know about Antarctica and about Q, okay? The question about the people in Antarctica. Do we know how they have the ability to live under a protective dome? Are there people living in Antarctica? That's the basic question.
Ask it slightly differently. Let me help you.
Okay.
What would stop you? Just as the guy that replaced Hitler in Germany said that they had cities down there, or a city that was quite functional. If nobody's coming in blowing you up, would you have everything you need to build out? If you have, 42,000 women and a few guys, How long would it take for them to build it out in dramatic ways? And how much would you see of it? You could fly over it all day. Would you see any signs of it? What would you know of it? And, we have lots of information that goes into that. Anybody that tells you to know exactly what's going on, well, that's not quite the way it is. And the people looking at from the science side on the surface, you could be a mile, you could be a few thousand feet away from a lot of that and not really have any idea what was right underneath your feet. And it's a big, big, big continent. So, you've got to follow those tributaries back up to their sources and all the way along. And then with tunneling technology that we have, even for rock, let alone ice, in an environment like that, nuclear powered tunneling devices, piece of cake. So the real question is, what would be the intent of the mechanism that they would want to employ to engage to the rest of the world? Why would the Secretary of State be in Antarctica on an election day when we're picking a new president? Why would his senior advisor, that new president, go down there and spend 3 weeks? Your guy just won. Wouldn't you think you'd want your senior advisor there helping your new president to make all the right choices for office? You negotiating the deal? There's a lot going on. And again, if they're not getting bombed out, they're not getting diseased out and other stuff, energy is not an issue, even without nuclear. Heat pumps, piece of cake. Building out, you want resources, it's a boat ride away. You can bring anything you want in there. The submarines, there's tech all over the place. The Germans had all sorts of wonder weapons. The sub community knows that we have lots of information about some of the underwater vehicles that have capability of traveling at airliner speeds under the water. No. Yes. So what you're being told and what's really going on, not really the same world. And no, it's not space aliens from outer space. Where's all the missing money from the Pentagon budget, the day before 9/11? And you got all these disclosures, all the missing money. And then where did the planes hit? The place at the Pentagon where they were trying to find the missing trillions. What could you build with several $trillion that you know about, let alone the multiple trillions you don't know about? What could you build out in a place like that, and to whose benefit? What would it look like? So anyway, I only had a few minutes, Corrine. I
Oh,
apologize.
I have one more question. Is there
All right.
plasma technology underwater for transportation at high speed? What do you know about this? And did Epstein really kill himself? I mean, I have so many questions for you.
Well, it's not plasma in the sense that you're thinking of. They're just using a sonic bow wave to tunnel, and it's not that ridiculously complex. So, as far as Epstein, um, the story isn't done yet, and there have been people that have tried to get little glimmers of what they knew out. Certainly, having cameras magically not work at exactly that time in one of the most secure locations on the planet, and guards falling asleep, and all that sort of thing. Seriously. And then the one guy that could sink a whole bunch of serious people croaks. The one thing you have to remember is that, forget the areas where Epstein was actually housed himself. The cameras overlooking the van that came in and got inside the parking facility area. And then the cameras go off for an hour and a half. And then they come back on as though nobody got out of it. Nobody got out of the rig until the cameras were off. And then the rig is turned around and leaves the area. Well, what happened in that hour and a half? What was unloaded and what was loaded? And Who knew? Who authorized? What the hell's going on here? So, and there is one interesting little tidbit. The missing, well, I won't say missing. There's a connection. See, how can I say this artfully? What's going on in Haiti right now? What's the connection of the Democrat Party to Haiti? Bill and Hillary went there to for their honeymoon. You go to Haiti for your honeymoon. There's more oil in Haiti than there is in Venezuela. Hillary Clinton's brother was, on the board of a gold mining company in Haiti. They were going to mine, or they were going to launder all of, or a big portion of Gaddafi's gold that they sold out of Libya through Haiti, through the gold mining operation there. And so there's a lot of connection, Democratic Party, to the goings on in Haiti. And why is that coming unraveled right now the way it is? What's the connection? What's the connection?
Yes. Are we going to have a 2024 election, Juan?
I've famously said for several years that we wouldn't have a 2024 election on time. And more and more of the people in the circles that I run in are in agreement at this point. And it won't be the Republicans or the white hats that stop it. It'll be the crowd that's about to be pushed out of office. They can't take the chance. We can't let them seal the deal, but they'll stop it. And so, no, I don't believe we have the 2024 election on time. In fact, I mean, that's why you can't even see it here, but that's why we have the coin that's on Jennifer's site, thejennifermac.com. Got to put the in there, thejennifermac.com, our latest one, and my books, page 71 or verse 17, a Q number. 2020, it's not over yet. The song that we sing. It's not about 2024 at this point, and that's what all the election stuff is all about. In fact, New York Times writing the story yesterday. MAGA is victorious in winning the hearts and minds of people all over the world. The MAGA movement is gaining strength in spite of all the efforts to stop MAGA from, being able to, get the minds of the people on the 2020 election and the coming elections. MAGA is prevailing. So, with that in mind, it's not about 2024; it's about 2020. Trump won. The
Will
data's becoming
Nasara
obvious.
will Nasara be implemented in our lifetime?
Fuck
Nasara.
no. Shit, oh, Franken dear. If I get asked that one more time, I'm telling people you have to understand that was a Democrat Hillary operation. That was a globalist insider scam. Bitcoin to be 3 million an ounce or a coin by this point in time had they won. Trump was brought in to preside over the bankruptcy of America, and he's still going to do that. A good bankruptcy returns the assets to the original owners. Where there's fraud or where there was wrong, the people that were actually hurt, and the padding and the falsity is weeded out. So the people that are pushing a Gassara and Nasara theme and dinars and Zim bonds and everything else, that was cover that was going to be there to mask what was really going on, which was a theft of the wealth by individuals under the ruse of returning power to these individuals. Look, if you did a Gassara and Nasara type of an event, I've said this several times, and people they just don't want to let go of it. Everybody's going to have $1 billion. and your relative who was smart enough to get there first, he'll have billions of dollars. He's going to buy a ranch, and he's going to take care of all the veterans, and he's going to take care of puppies and alien children, okay, from Mars. And it's just going to be a wonderful, wonderful world. Look, if you throw that kind of paper out there, first of all, the ones that were going to get it were all the Insider Secret Handshake Club, and you'd never get there on time. Somebody else would get there before you, and you just look like, and a few for display purposes. I remember I went to an auction. I was living down in Montecito, and there was an estate auction, and so right off the bat, during the morning period. And there was a car that I wanted to go up and bid on. And so I got, bag full of cash, and I'm going up to the auction. And as I'm going to the area where the paddock was, and they had a bunch of Bugattis in there, and I'd known the lady that was there. And so as we're going up there, this gal is coming down. She's making a huge demonstration. She's all excited, and she's so excited. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. She bought this basket or something at the auction, and it was just a grab bag of things. Nobody knows what it is. It's just been sitting underneath this counter in the building, and the, people that are managing the sale of the estate items and all that have just, tagged everything, and they didn't go through it all completely. And so whatever. So she's found a diamond, and it's just a loose diamond in the bottom of this basket. And somebody else is miraculously there who knows diamonds and has his glass out and looks at it and says, this has got to be worth $80,000. And she only paid, like $500 for this basket that had, some sewing stuff in it or something. And so everybody else now, and there was something else a couple hours later with another miraculous thing, and somebody got something. And later in the afternoon, we're out at the garage, and there was something that happened with some, special car parts, and it was, a special ornament off a Rolls Royce that was ultra rare, and some guy had bought it, and he's making video. That was all set up. The auction people had set that up. They wanted to get people to bid in these blind little things of auctions on stuff and drive the price up. Okay, if you got sucked in on, you got to do the special plan, the special way, stand on one foot, give them a thing for how you're going to, help babies and veterans, and have a hospital, and give 90% of your money to all these good things, and you're going to help the world. And you're going to go into the bank, but it only has to be done certain hours on a certain day, when the sun rises sideways or something. Then you're going to have so many minutes to get there, and you're standing by. You'll be a day late and $1 short, and some other guy's going to get it. It's intended to look natural, to fix all of the stuff. Who's running these rules? Well, there's international law on the way banking is done, and the Federal Reserve have to abide by it, and this currency's been printed out, and they have to obey those rules. Oh, okay. So in other words, it's American football, or is it European football? Is it college football, or is it pro football, or is it flag football? Is it junior high football? Who's calling the shots here? What's the rules that they're following? Had Hillary won, there would have been a series of incredible spectacles, and the capper, the final one, would have been the takedown of the dollar and the implementation of these world currencies and money exchange systems, even if you got all your dinars. So you got 1 billion dinars, and the guy next door is, got $1 billion for his dinars, and you're both buying 747s. Well, I'm only paying 50 million for my 747. Well, I'll pay 60. I got so much. Who cares? Well, I'll pay 70. I'll pay 100. You get your 747. Maybe it costs $500 million by the time you get it due to inflation. And when you do get it, everybody's got their billions. Who's going to work on it? Who has the skills to work on it? What are they charging for parts? What are they charging an hour? Why would I go work on a 747? I just won the lotto. I got all this money. If you didn't, your brother-in-law does, and he'd rather have you working on his 747. It's called inflation. You'd have just had a hyperinflationary event. They don't understand what's going on with the money, and so they're sucking people in under certain ruses, and all those people pushing that are making a buck. And I've said that within audiences that are looking at this and being sold this, and I've been pretty direct. I haven't minced words on it. That's my opinion. I'm here to be proven wrong. Of not many people you're going to talk to that have my particular history behind the scenes and understand the currencies and the machines, the mechanisms behind them. I'm just telling you, doesn't add up, and it bothers me tremendously because we have a lot of beautiful, beautiful people that have put a lot of energy and weight and momentum into this idea that I believe they will not, that they will be have damaged by it, and they're not idiots and they're not fools. They got sucked in, but it's a variation on the Ponzi stuff, and it's painful to say it. But I have spoken about this numerous times over the last 15, 20 years and tried to stir people off on it. And so anyway, that's that.
Are we going to a flat tax? Last question. Is there going to be a flat tax?
It's much more sophisticated. That's probably
Okay.
in the broader situation, what's going on, in order to keep the dollar stable and the business of America's business. Contract law has to be in place. You cannot destroy contract law and have America as we know it. There has to be certain things done. I've reviewed what I believe is basically the plan. Before guys had to go dark that had worked with me in decades prior. I'm pretty comfortable that the path forward is one that makes sense and that will protect America, the American people, and really the world, and keep us stable. But it doesn't mean there's not trauma, that it won't be gripping. It is a near-death experience for America. But if you have constitutional money, you should be okay. And constitutional money is not the same as Federal Reserve money. Figure it out. And put a little bit aside. You don't have to be crazy, but stay viable and prepare for a future that's different than what most people are imagining. And look for divine assistance and help and protection. You're not getting through this without God's help. That's the way it is. Either you get it or you don't.
Thank you, Juan. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I wish I could get over more often to your audience, and I appreciate all the questions.
Yes, I have
I hope
more.
I
When I
answered at
hear
least a handful. I'll be glad to try and do some more at a later time. And
Yes, please do.
all right.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
God
you,
bless you.
Corinne.
Peace.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'll look
Pray
forward
for
to
me. I'm
meeting
in
again
the
soon.
swamp. I'm in the swamp.
Well, here, let me say a quick prayer. Father God, I pray for all of those people in Corinne's audience. I ask you to give them clarity of mind and understanding, that they would hear your voice when you call to them, that it would be a very personal, individual thing, that you would make provision for them so that they can get through the times to come. I thank you, Father, for putting them in the fight where they do want to know these things, these truths about who's doing what and what the mechanisms are, and that they want to see America and the world come into a better place and to protect it out into the future. I thank you for their sincere concerns and interest. And I pray that you would sincerely answer it accordingly and give them understanding, wisdom, insight within their own households, their businesses, their day-to-day efforts, and that you would bring them through as the head, not the tail, on the far side of these events coming on America. and that you would give them a place in the reformulation, rebuilding of America to make America great again, so that we can go out to the rest of the world, not to enslave the world, but to bring peace to the world, and help our brothers and sisters around the world, not as their slavers, but as their brothers and sisters, doing good, doing right, bringing peace to the world. Ask you, Father God, to help each and every one of them, protect them. And those in DC that are trying to cover some of these things and understand them, as Corrine is, that you would give them divine protection, angelic protection, and insight and understanding to know the places they're in, the people they're around, and to get through this moment to better times ahead. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Juan. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Thank you. Please
Yep,
come back. Yes.
I will.
Just want to
I
thank
will.
everyone out there. I finally have an incredible sponsor, Satellite 123. Go to satellite123.com. Go to prep123.com. Prep123.com. Prepare for everything. This is where the backpack came from. Prep 123. Go to the gold. Of course, you have to buy gold now. It is CorinneUSAGold.com. And then you've got to buy the meat that's not vaccinated. Go to CorinneUSABeef.com. And then, of course, we all have to support Mike Lindell. Please buy mypillow.com and use my code CorinneUSA. And I just want to say thank you to the America Happens news team. America Happens is the only network that never censors me. They never tell me what to say. They never tell me what to do. And everyone needs to donate and support America Happens at every America Happens channel now, because we are the greatest news team in America at this time. We don't censor. Until the next show, may the goodness bless your life. God bless you. Peace. Follow me on X. Follow me on Instagram if you like Instagram. On Telegram, it's Corinne Unredacted. I shall return. I hope I know how to end this properly. I'm not really sure how to end this. Let's see if I play.